Today's day is beautiful. It's getting up on to not being morning anymore in my space, but it's still morning for a little while. So I guess good day might be more appropriate. I thought I'd come in and talk, of course, and just trying to get everything like organized in space and trying to get it. It's all such a learning experience trying to get things like organized in the best way to make sure that it can go out in a succinct, clear message, right? And so I'm trying to iron down some of those things. Hello, beautiful. And work my way through, just making sure that it's in a very, concise and like flowy manner. But I think I'm getting to a point where I might be able to condense it down and do it as, something that's short enough that I can put as a TikTok video. Though I'll probably piece together pieces of lives just so that I can ensure that it works best for giving background. I still haven't figured out a program where I can put like a green screen on while I'm recording, and I have to wait until afterwards to put the green screen on, which just doesn't edit right for me. So, as I work through all of these things, what we have found in here recently, because I have a lot of mods who come in and try and keep things sane and safe, but even then, it's a bunch of us working for free to work our asses off while, being insulted and, just trying to keep it safe for other people who are in here going, listen, I don't want to listen to all of the crap going on in chat. I know for many people, though, chat is like really a great place. I've watched beautiful conversations happen in chat, to educate and, information that I don't have that somebody wants to ask that somebody else in my chat has, because there's a lot of people who like to study things and research things that come in here. So I also like to have chat on, and so I'll definitely make sure that we keep chat on to some extent. But I'm also going to, what I'll probably continue to do is turn it on to subscribers only, not because I feel, I don't want anybody to really have to pay to be able to say things or to hear things. I don't find that really appropriate, and that's why I'll keep turning them back on. But if subs only is on, then I can actually read back through and make sure that I answer anything that I saw. And otherwise I can't, like it's completely off and I have to turn it on and then everything, so anyways, I'll probably put it on subscribers only just for that, unless the conversation with my subscribers becomes too distracting as well, because we all know that can happen for me. We are going over the same topics, and I know that a lot of it is the fact that there are still people who haven't heard, and there are still people who are wanting to hear. And so if I go over the same things over and over and over again, it reaches the vast amount of audience. And it's not necessarily like how many people want to follow me, but it's how many people the message reaches, the understanding reaches, the education reaches, right? And so if I can, if what I am teaching is still attracting a bunch of people into actually here, then I just am kind of keeping with that, because if I'm attracting as many people as I can into here, then, it's getting out and it's still being wanted, right? And so that's why I do kind of do the same subject a lot. I do have other subjects that I'm extremely passionate about. This isn't even my most passionate subject, right? But this is the subject of the vast amount of interest. And so that to me is why I do that subject the most, right? I know it can be frustrating. And I know that because of what's going on mentally, I don't post as many educational videos and content. And sometimes I, might post a couple in a day, but not post anything really for a week except for duets and stuff. And I know I'm working on that. I swear I'm in counseling so that I can do shit better, and be more obligated to things, because right now being obligated to things is extremely hard for me. So it is coming and it's happening. And it's also trying to learn programs, because I'm quite the Luddite. For anybody who's new, I grew up, first my early years were in an indigenous community, and then I went into the middle of the woods, and I spent, a decade in the middle of the woods with no electricity and no running water and everything else as a child. And so, and coming from the generation I come from, I didn't even see a computer in schools or a typewriter in schools until I was in like middle school, really. And so I'm very much of a Luddite and trying to figure out programs is very difficult for me, right? I'm like very old school in that thought. Well, I guess I'm older than old school in some thought process, but so that's where it becomes difficult. Again, I'm just going to leave the comments on until we get to a point that, you know, it becomes way too distracting, just because, like I said, you know, the reason I'm doing this is because I believe that education should be free. And part of education is asking questions. And so it's important to me that everybody has the ability to ask questions. But I also know that it's very important that everybody has the ability to be in a safe space. And if there are people in here that make it an unsafe space, turning the comments off is best for everybody. So I am trying to streamline this down into an effective class format, right? That actually will, you know, streamline pretty well. And so it can be in a smaller format so that it's easier for everybody to take in, and I can do it in a video somewhere. So I'm kind of streamlining it down. But what I really want to start with is what science is. And I think that that's a really important place to start, because I don't think that everybody really thinks of themselves as scientists. And I think that we kind of think of science as this white academic thing, right? We kind of think that white academics invented science, and we kind of think that it belongs to white academia. And the problem with that is that white academia is the only ones who didn't have science for 1,000 years, right? And if they're the only ones who didn't have science for 1,000 years, well, everybody else around them has science. Using their science as the basis of science is problematic. And so I want to show everybody that when I talk about science and when we should be having conversations about science, what we should be acknowledging and understanding is that science is an indigenous practice. Every indigenous culture has science. Science goes back further even than us. Science goes into Homo erectus. Science is what gives us technology, from the earliest stone tool all the way to the phone that I'm doing this on, right? Science is, I see it in nature, I observe, I have a thought of what it is, a hypothesis. I make a prediction, say what I think that it's going to do, right? Like say what I think that think means, right? And then I test it. And if I test it and it fails, then it's no longer, I go back to my hypothesis and I rethink my hypothesis and come back through the last few steps till I get to a test that actually passes. If we pass our tests, then it becomes theory. Theory is something that has been proven true. Theory can change because even theory continues to be tested. And at any point that theory stops working, it is no longer theory and you go back to the hypothesis. So when we're looking at even the early stone tools, what we're looking at is science. What we're looking at is an observation in nature that when two rocks hit each other, one splits apart. And then the thought process that maybe if I were to, the thought process that, oh, those two rocks hitting together, one broke apart. What does that mean? Well, I think it means that if a rock hits another rock, that the rock will break. Prediction. And so then we test this. I start hitting rocks against other rocks, right? And maybe the first rock that I hit is a soft rock against a hard rock, and the hard rock doesn't break. And so now I think that that's failed, right? And so now I got to go back to my hypothesis. And maybe my hypothesis is now if I hit specific rocks against each other, they will break in a specific pattern. And so or maybe my hypothesis is it takes specific rocks. And so my prediction is if I hit specific rocks against each other, they will break in a specific pattern. And so now I search out those rocks. The initial two rocks that I saw, I know what kind of rocks they were because I know what rocks are, right? And what rocks look like. So maybe I hit those two rocks together again and see if they break in a different way. And then I look for rocks similar and see how that works, right? These are tests. And once we find a test that proves true, we finally hit a rock against flint. And it flaked, right? Ha-ha! Now it has become theory. And as long as this theory works out, it can even work out in the exact same way and make the exact same tool for 1,000,000 years, right? But as long as that theory is working out, I just continue using the test, flint napping, right? Because every time I nap, it's retesting the theory that napping works. And at the end, I have this tool that I can have for an entirety of my species. So this is what science is. This is what we do every day, okay? Every day we see something around us and we go, oh, the sky looks blue. And every day we go, oh, well, that means that when it's sunny out, the sky is blue. And every day we test that by going outside, and when it's sunny, the sky is blue. And the day that fails, that testing has failed, it's no longer theory, it's no longer fact, right? And so every day this is a part of who we are. It is really, in fact, one of the base things about us, and it is really, in fact, one of the things that separates us completely. Ha 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 ha. You know what? I just realized something. Aha. Yes. It starts up like that now. Comments are on, sorry. I was wondering why it was so quiet. It's not normally that quiet. Only like 2 people commented. I apologize. I didn't realize that it was on sub only. I meant to turn it on that later, but I didn't realize it was still on that. So it is that breakdown of the ability to see something and think what it might mean and predict what it might mean and test it. And that retesting of the object every time, that retesting and seeing the changes that happens, that moves us from the soft space that we start to the space that we're at now, right? It's that advance of technology. And this really starts before us. We see this actually really with Homo habilis. Homo habilis is handy man. Homo means human, and habilis means hand, working hands, right? And because what it is they're our first advent or thought process of stone tools. Thank you, thank you. What do I think about spiritual awakening? So for me, there's a difference between spirituality and religion. And for me, the idea of spiritual awakening is being connected to the world around you and to the energy of the world around you. And personally, I hope everybody finds the ability to connect to the world around them. I would suppose that spiritual for most people means a little bit more of understanding that connection in a other than self sense, but I never really understand it as an other than, so I don't understand myself as a self either. Like it's more of a broader scale. Like it's not other than self as in higher, but it's other than self as in community, right? And so to me, it's other than self as in community. I think for many people, spiritual indicates a higher being, and it doesn't really for me. But I think a spiritual awakening is just really that understanding of that energy and connection. So, sorry, I do get distracted, and that's one of the reasons that we also turn off the comments, is because I get very distracted by the comments. And so, yo ho ho mode like scallywag. I don't know what even that is. Anyway, so when we look at science and when we see us as one of those few things that really separates us from the rest of the world, right? There's a lot of arguments of what makes us special, what makes us advanced, what makes us a peak or a pinnacle. Not that I believe that we are a peak or a pinnacle. Great White might be a pinnacle, right? I don't believe we're a pinnacle. But what makes us the peak and the pinnacle that we believe we are? And for me, one of the things that I really see as a difference isn't like the use of tools, because we see that in other species. We see corvids use tools. We see other primates use tools. It is not the use of tools. It is the adaptation of our tools. It is the continuous testing and rethinking and reshaping it and adapting the adaptations that we make. We're not so much adapting to, but we're adapting to us anymore, right? And that is why we tend to keep the comments off. So when we look at science, we find that we see science in those species before us. We see science in Homo habilis for the very first time, really. Though Homo habilis starts with our stone tools, they don't necessarily adopt the stone tools up and out of it, right? And so what we see with this is kind of early science, but not science to the point where we're at science. They're retesting every time. It just keeps working every time, and so there's no reason to change it. And this is what we call the Oldowan tool complex. And then after the Oldowan tool complex, we get to the Acheulean hand axe complex. But we see that when we see the start of Homo erectus. And so we're going to go into Homo erectus now that we've explained science, because I want you to understand Homo erectus as the intelligent and scientific being that Homo erectus was. And not only as the intelligent and scientific being that Homo erectus was, but as your equal, as somebody who is not primitive in any way, right? Our idea of what primitiveness is what primitive is very shaded in wrong ways, right? And so I want you to see that Homo erectus is not even really primitive. We're looking at an advanced being. So what we see with Homo erectus based on the skeletal structure and why we call them erectus is because we are seeing our first fully upright human. There's no ape characteristics left to this body, which we see with Homo habilis, like longer arms. We're seeing somebody who has the body dimensions that we have. And we're seeing somebody who ranges from 5'5" to about 6'1". And the 6'1" individual that we have is Turkana Boy. Boy, because he's often been thought of as being 14 years old. And that's the age that he was for a long period of time. But we've now kind of narrowed it down as about 9 years old. Because of the teeth structure in his skull and a little bit better understanding of that and aging in Homo erectus. And so we're looking at something that is someone who is still a child who is actually 6'1". So we're seeing a wide range of height in the species. Of the Homo erectus, my understanding is we have at least 1 or 2 full skeletons. Mainly what we have, though, is a few long bones in many places, and like skulls usually. These are the things that the bone thickness lasts longer within the environment. And so that's what we're seeing. And some of the more recent, we're probably going to get a little bit more of a full skeleton. But some of the first things that you're going to lose are the hands and the toes, and the feet bones and the hand bones, just because of how small they are. Also because of how easy they are to be drug off or get lost. Fossils and bones are the same thing after a certain age. That was a hard one for me. I grew up believing in fossils as being something fossilized, right? Fossilized, as we understand it, is something that has been turned to stone, right? But that's not what we mean when we're talking about fossils of other hominins or humans, right? Usually they're not fossilized, but we call them fossils. But we are looking at bones. They haven't fossilized yet, absolutely. So, erectus is absolutely fully upright and absolutely has the skeletal structure that we have. And this includes being this center of balance that we have that's directly over our hips, right? This fully bipedal walking and the swing of our hips and the way that we're walking, right? All of these things contribute to us making it around the globe, including like the arch and the way our feet are arch, right? All of these things contribute to making us around the globe. There is at least one, what we consider to be a missing link between chimpanzees and Homo sapiens, but there's only one, and we know that there's more. And that's Graciopithecus freibergi. So with Homo erectus, what we're seeing is somebody who's fully us, except for in the skull morphology. We see some differences in the skull morphology. We do see that, we do see that the teeth are the same as ours, and this is an evidence of hominin, the size of the teeth, right? And so we see that the teeth have shrunk down very small, and the root system is exactly what a human is, right? A Homo is. But what we see is there's a gap between the back tooth and the jaw that we don't have, that pretty much all other species do, though Denisovian might not, but pretty much all other species do that we don't have, right? So, I I think I only have a couple of mods in here. If it starts getting bad, please somebody let me know. I'm not really paying attention to the chat, but if you pin a comment, I'll try and grab it, just because we all know how distracting the chat can be for the Widdas. If you see like if it gets really bad, let me know and I'll go ahead and pop it off again just to make sure that we're not getting to this really nasty. But if I pay attention, we're never going to get even, we haven't even got to the Homo erectus parts. We're, so. So Homo erectus really does make it across the globe with this expedient bipedalism. And they're the first that we see that really makes it across the globe. We see Homo erectus, a species before us that we actually come from, who is not primitive at all. We see Homo erectus out of Africa at 1.8 million years ago. To put this kind of in perspective, Homo erectus as a species starts at 2 million years ago. So Homo erectus makes it out of Africa at 200,000 years into their existence, which is actually earlier than we make it completely out of Africa, because nobody really makes it out of the Levant period until 65,000 years ago for Homo sapiens, right? So this is actually, which is like 240,000 years, right? So this is relatively early, and they're making it out of or in the scheme of making it out of Africa. We see Homo erectus making it literally across the globe. Many of our earlier finds are proving that Homo erectus was really global. You see, yes, it is Kinnis and Kimmage, and also Linktree in my bio has the website for Kinnis and Kinnis. But you see that they're really global, and what you see with this really global, we have seen speciations of them in spaces that they absolutely had to cross water. So the Wallace Trench is this extremely deep trench between Southeast Asia and Australia. The island of Flores in Indonesia is inside the Wallace Trench. It's a trench that's like, miles wide. And this has never been above sea level, where everything else around, when max glaciation hits and the sea levels go down. Danny, I'm going to get to that in a couple, but let me write it down, just so that I don't get lost and gone on to another site. So when max sea levels go down, or when max glaciation drops to sea levels, we absolutely see that there's plenty of spaces in the South Pacific that were continents at one time, right? But the Wallace Trench, having never been above sea level, means that you cannot make it to Indonesia, to the island of Flores in Indonesia, without having crossed water at any point during history of hominins, right? So in the last 7 million years, right? And so with this, we see that they absolutely had to have a way to cross water. One of our more recent finds, Homo luzonensis, is in the Philippines, which is also below the Wallace Trench, which means they absolutely need to have crossed water. And then we actually see two other finds that we'll go into a little bit more in depth later when we're talking about different species. We see one in Turtle Island that's 130,000 years ago, which is the Cerruti mastodon find in San Diego, which is showing that juvenile mastodon bones were cracked when they were wet because of the style of the cracks. One of them is even a spiral fracture, which is only done when you twist a wet bone. And we see hammerstones and cobblestones in situ, like among the bones with them. And this is 130,000 years ago. But because sapien really wasn't out of the Levant, we know this is a Homo erectus, or a speciation of Homo erectus, right? This is 165 million years after Pangea has ended, because, well, no, this at this point is going to be 100. So the last breakup of Pangea ends at 175 million years ago, and we're starting Homo erectus at 2 million years ago, so 173 million years between the start of Homo erectus and the breakup of Pangea. Continents are in place. They are in now. There will be some shifting, and there will be some rising and lowering of sea levels. There's a few different ways they could have made it. We don't have evidence of how they made it. We just know they did. There's the same thing in Australia. And what we see within Australia is the Moy Hill site, M-O-Y. Let me put both of these sites into chat just so that you can see the spelling of both of these sites. The Moy Hill site in Australia is 120,000 years old. And what it is evidence of fire-cracked rock and evidence of fire-cracked rock and food, like shells of food items that have been broken or smashed open. Sooty Mastodon. We find with both of these, sorry, I'm trying to type and they're not together. It just doesn't work. So we see with both of these that this gives us evidence of Homo erectus having not only made it out of Africa, but made it across water. We absolutely have absolute proofs that they made it across water into Indonesia and into the Philippines because they speciated there, and we found the species they speciated into. The likelihood of finding how they made it across water is pretty close to impossible. And the reasoning behind this is because anything that's going to float on water is going to degrade quickly. It's got to be light. It's got to either be wood or maybe wood with like, hide cover, but anything, KYA means thousands of years ago, but anything that is easy to float is going to biodegrade fast. It's going to degrade fast, and we're not going to find it in a fossil record. So, unless we find a wooden boat with a skeleton, we're going to find that wood in the natural plains anyways. So if it degrades, unless we degrade all the way, or test all the way around it and find out the level of degrade and see a shape, we're not going to really see a shape this far ago. So it's just really impossible, right? But we know for a fact they made it because they speciated there, which means they had to get there, right? So these two sites in Australia and in the US are definitely sites that also prove that Homo erectus make it to these spaces. There's more evidence that we're going to talk later on when we talk about different species. But I just want you to see that we literally see Homo erectus making it across the globe. We see them speciating into several different species across the globe, and we see evidence of them making it into other spaces. The other things that we really see with Homo erectus that are just amazing are we see the first use of fire. There was a recent article that came across that many of you may have seen that was talking about we see the first evidence of food usage at 780,000 years ago. We've had some knowledge for a while that they were cooking their food before then. But what this is actually, they found fish teeth that were burnt, so obviously cooked, right? And so that's what they're getting, and they're also getting the fact that it's higher. Yes, Danny, but we'll go into that when we go into the species, okay? I promise we'll get there. Brain development wasn't one that we actually go into too in depth, so I will pull brain development in, but we will get to that one, I swear. So when we look at these fish teeth that have been burned, we know that this is something that not only was cooked, but also something that was a high caloric, because fish fats and oils are actually really good for brain development, right? So what we see with Homo erectus is the first use of fire. Fire provides a couple of different things, and one of them is of huge importance when it comes to brain development and therefore making it a bigger species in the next generations. So when you look at cooking food, what you're doing is you're pre-digesting it, and that pre-digesting gives you greater caloric intake for a less amount of food. And when you have an excessive amount of caloric intake, especially if you're pregnant or you're a small child, you're going to develop a larger brain if you're pregnant in the fetus, if you're a small child as yourself. And so when you see this greater caloric intake for a less amount of food, you start to see the ability to actually develop larger brains. And we do see language within Homo erectus. In fact, I need to include that on my list because I did not. So what we see with the fire and the ability to cook the food is that ability to develop brains larger. Also, the ability to have excess food at this point. We're actually seeing more evidence of food storage early on. But I'm not sure if those were quite finds that were erectus, so I'm not going to state that. It was a recent find I saw. But what we're seeing with that food is that development of the larger brain. The other thing that we see with fire is the ability to develop tools for hunting that you cannot at this time get in stone. With the Acheulean hand axe, you're looking at something that's about teardrop shaped and is usually about 6 inches or more, right? It's not a small tool, and it is definitely not one that you're going to run up on a large predator and hit them with your hand, right? So it's not something you're putting at the end of the spear. It is something that you're holding in your hand like this. To me, it looks like a scraper. Like, I personally think of it as a hide scraper, okay? But it's definitely not something you're going to hold in your hand like this and have this little, I'm going to walk up like this because it holds like this and stab you in the neck, right? It's just not something that is going to work so well, right? And so with that, what we see with fire is the ability to create a workable spear. If you were a rough and tumble child, you may have sharpened the end of a stick and decided to go hunting your siblings with it or hitting a tree with it. And you might have noticed that despite the fact that you made this into a really sharp point, the moment you hit anything, it mushroomed. And so you're not getting a solid like puncture with this stick, right? What fire does is it tempers the wood. We still use these techniques when we're doing foraging today, but when you take a piece of wood and you heat it and cool it and heat it and cool it and heat it and cool it, you temper it and you make it stronger and stronger. And so you can get it to almost a metal ability, right? And then if you take the tip of that wood and you burn it and then you rub the tip against a stone, you're going to sharpen that point, right? And so when you see that sharpening of that point, and when you see turning that spear into steel, what you're seeing is, not into steel, but like something harder like steel. What you're seeing is the ability to actually hunt with a spear after you've got the ability to use fire to create a better hunting weapon, because you're not really using the stone tool that you have. Erectus don't really advance from the Acheulean hand axe. They do advance the Acheulean hand axe. They take the Acheulean hand axe from something that is very rough to something that is very fine. I am going to show a couple pictures here. And when I show these pictures, I want you to know that my thing will probably pause a bit, just because that's the way my you can hear and know that I'm still here. This is an early Acheulean hand axe, and as you can see, this thing is it's larger, right? It's not small, and you can also see that this is very rough, right? There's not a whole lot of really good edging on this, and you can also see where you're holding it at the bottom, right? And again, this is Homo erectus making this. When you see Homo erectus starting this, is at the kind of start of their speciation, and they're taking tools from the Homo habilis Aldewan tool complex into the Acheulean complex. It is our first step forward into tools that are actually specially crafted, really, and also tools that you're looking at that are a step forward, right? Because the first tools stay the same. And then even Acheulean hand axes stay the same, right, for a long period of time. But what you see is from Aldewan, step forward to Acheulean. Here we have that testing showing something new, and when that testing showing something new, you revamp your hypothesis, right? Okay, so I'm going to go to show you what a late Acheulean hand axe looks like. So you can see this difference, right? You think you could, but there's no evidence that you have a flat plane on it to tie it to the end of a club. There's no evidence that anything other than the back handle area is really going to not cut whatever you're tying it to a club, right? And so you probably could, but the likelihood is not. There's way more likelihoodness that you're using spears that are fire tempered than you're trying to tie something this large to something, right? Just because of, the shape, right? There's no flat surface that you're pressing against your wood. There's nothing that at this point, you're going curved surface to curved surface, and that doesn't make stable, right? And not only that, but the edges of this curved surface are going to cut anything you try and tie it to, right? So instead of, figuring out, you could, with the knowledge that you have now, absolutely, you could take several years to grow a singular tool and then hope that that tool doesn't break and stay in that area for several years. Absolutely. You're right. Doesn't mean that it's going to happen. There's no evidence of that. So no. Like, yes, absolutely. Almost everything in this world is a possibility, right? The probability is not really there, right? Especially considering, like, so that means that you have to, so if you're, like, if I'm putting this in, or if I'm uploading this, so you know what we're talking about. We're talking about making a club out of the axe head, and they had stated that they could attach it to a piece of wood. And I said, you know what I said, and then they state that you don't need a flat plane. You can stick that in a sapling, and the tree could grow around it. Not faulting that. That's decent logic. What I am going to state is you're not looking at a group of people who is staying in the same space year after year after year, and you're also not looking at a group of people who are likely to, so to do that, you have to have the concept to do that. You have to have experimented with it. So how are you experimenting with it to get to that thought process that you can do that? Now, having had the concept experimented on in the past, we might be able to understand that. But if you've never even seen that concept, to observe that concept happening, what would have had to happen was somebody would have had to stick it in a tree for some other reason and then come back several years later and sell them that, right? Like, so to get to that thought process, you have to have at least an observation to think of why you're going to get to that thought process. It's not likely. It's a great thought process, and it would absolutely work today if you really want to take the time and the planning. In all my years of studying Celts, I've never seen anything like that, even within the Celts, as you said. But I mean, that doesn't mean that there's not newer research that shows it. So, you know, I've never, I mean, it's not like it's not an interesting concept, and it is. I just have never seen it in an archaeological record before. So how often have you found a stone stuck in a tree today? I'm just going to ask. Anyways, we're not going to discuss anymore whether or not they could have used it. Absolutely, I'm sure there's ways that they could have used it, but the idea has no evidence and has, you know, there's nothing showing that it would have been an idea that they would have had, right? There's no evidence of that thought process. Just so you're aware. But this is where we see Homo erectus taking, well, we're not playing devil's advocate in here. There's no need. Devil's advocate for what? What are you arguing truly, right? What are you truly arguing? There's no need to play devil's advocate. This isn't the forum from it. It's an educational forum, and what you're doing is distracting on fantasy lines instead of science. So, devil's advocate elsewhere. Anyways, what we're seeing with the use of fire and the ability to create these tools, we're also seeing a use of clothing. And the reasons that we see use of clothing, or we know that there's a use of clothing, is because body lice. We have found body lice in some, or evidence of body lice in Homo erectus sites. And what we see with body lice is we see body lice really becoming semi-prevalent about 170,000 years ago. With body lice, you're going to see that with body lice, you're going to see that it takes a couple 100,000 to 1 million years even to develop from head lice to body lice. And you need a couple of circumstances to get to the point of body lice. So first of all, if your entire body is covered with hair, the hair on your head and the hair on your body are the same hair. So if your entire body is covered with hair, there's no need to adapt to body lice. So you have to have a loss of hair. And then with that loss of hair, you also have to have a presence of something else to cover the body to get to body lice. So body lice can't just hang out with a loss of hair on the body in a space that's not therefore protected. They have to have some form of protection. So we know that body lice comes from a combination of a loss of hair of the body and then wearing clothing to protect the body. So this tells us that Homo erectus absolutely have the use of clothing. It was asked, and this is really cool, thank you. This is really a cool thing to know about Homo erectus is, yes, they do have language, spoken language. I want to clarify at this point that everything has language on this planet. We view our particular brand of syllabic verbal language as being a peak of language, but it actually doesn't convey as much as some other languages on this planet convey. Cats have an extremely expressive language that actually conveys a lot more, and there's some thought process that they can kind of visualize to each other, right? Trees actually have a language, as in the roots of the trees actually send out chemicals that speak to each other. Trees are actually matriarchal and live in clans that are matriarchal and live in nations in forests of several different clans, right? So pretty much everything has communication, but we do know that they had speech like we had speech, syllabic speech. And what we know this from is that the brain imprint on the base of their skull shows speech patterns, or the patterns that we need for speech. And then the lung capacity and the shape of the bones of the chest and the way the ribs would have held the lungs show speech. Our spoken language is lacking depth. It's lacking depth. It's lacking expressiveness, and this is actually well known. We know that spoken language, that first of all, English as a compiled language is like bastardization of several different languages, stolen from several different languages, and we lost the depth of expression of several words when we adapted them. So a lot of indigenous words will explain, one word will explain that the plant will help prevent a pregnancy and help during times of severe bleeding, right? And that singular word will explain all of that, so that when you're looking at it herbologically, you can understand that. Whereas if I say yellow dock, it doesn't describe jack shit. It doesn't even describe the plant, right? So when we're looking at language, we see that body language and having different vocal levels and having different abilities to express, like chemical abilities to express or things like that, are actually more in depth than verbal languages. Verbal language doesn't explain near as much as we want it to. So when we see, no, because you're thinking of evolution in a linear manner, user, you're seeing that there is a beginning and an end, and evolution isn't linear. And you're seeing it as we came from monkeys, and nobody ever told you we came from monkeys. People told you we came from primates, and you associated that with monkeys. We have a last common ancestor with monkeys. We have a grandfather that we share in common with monkeys. But evolution is not linear, yeah. So we absolutely see language, food, fire. We've gone over the tools, and that's kind of where we were when we got distracted. We see with the tool usage that we go from Oldowan tools to Acheulean hand axes, but we really don't see a movement beyond Acheulean hand axes until you start to see Homo neanderthalis and Homo sapien coming into play. Homo neanderthalis comes into play at about 600,000 years ago, and they have their own tool complex, and Homo sapien comes in at about 300,000 years ago, and they have their own tool complex. And that's when we start to see changes in the tool complex. We've gone over the fact that we know that they wore clothing. We don't know whether or not they wore leather that they had taken from an animal, whether or not they wove cactus tail, like, because you can take the leaves off of cactus, or not cactus, sorry, cat's tail, right? Take the leaves off cat's tail and weave that, or, take long grasses and weave them. So we're not exactly sure what the clothing was, but we do know that they wore clothing. And we know that they made it across water. And so with this, we absolutely see that Homo erectus was able to really use the science that they knew as a Homo species, as a human species, right, to advance into us. When we look at the advancement of the human species, what we're looking at is my children are slightly different than me, and their children are slightly different from them, farther different from me, and their children are slightly different than them, farther different than me, right? So we're not seeing, when we're going from Homo erectus into other species, we're not seeing, a differentiation, like you're not seeing Homo erectus looking at Homo sapiens as another species or Homo neanderthalis as another species because they're their grandchildren, right? And so when we're looking at this forward movement, we are absolutely seeing that it is Homo erectus's use of fire and use of cooking of food, giving that excess caloric intake to the brain development in their children that allows for Homo sapien and Homo neanderthalis to develop the size of the brains that they do. The size of the brain is larger in Neanderthalis than it is in Homo sapien. But we see a couple different things come later in Homo sapien, which we're also going to talk about with the brain development when we're talking about speciations and further things within speciations and evolution. We're seeing that Homo neanderthalis and Homo sapien really develop with the same brains. They're really developing with the same brain case. And Homo neanderthalis is actually slightly larger. So I want to make sure that I take a break in between different subjects just so that I can make sure any questions on the specific subject are answered. And we're going to get into that. And actually, we're going to get into why race theory has been debunked and how the specific pigmentation is not the advantage. The advantage is the ability to adjust our pigmentation, and how we all speciated black because that is an advantage where we speciated at, because black is advantageous to our species, just like it was advantageous to Homo erectus, and is why Homo erectus speciated black. We're going to get into that a little bit, but it's always important to double down on anytime we see any conversation about, because race theory has been debunked. Race does not exist, and being light-skinned offers no evolutionary advantage. It offers privilege in this fucked up society. Just saying. Before I get into the different speciation, though, and how beings speciate and how we start to see these other species in us, let's go ahead and ask, are there any questions in here? I will kind of go back and scroll through, but if there's any questions that would like to be answered, go ahead and ask them now, and I'll do my best. I was thinking this morning, I need to put on chapstick before I do lives because my lips get weird during lives. We will go over the potential differences in cognition between Neanderthals and us. Any potential difference is a new idea, and we're still kind of looking at it. Absolutely, I can do fire again. All race did was separate us, and it's really just the people in power trying to find a new reason to separate us when the old reasons are gone. A DNA has not been recovered from Homo erectus. The only prior hominin species that we, or Homo species that we have, or hominin species that we have DNA from so far are Neanderthal and Denisovian, and we'll go into whys of that a little bit as we're going into the next step. The stone tool, in the site that I pulled those images from, it didn't go into the type of stone was used for those two different images. Absolutely, which might be what you're thinking of. You can see that different stones themselves are going to give a different breakage pattern. And I don't think that's what they were looking at. I think they were looking at just the roughness of it comparatively. But that breakage pattern could absolutely be some of those differences, just not all of those differences. But it doesn't really say what the stone is in either of those. The type of tool, though, is called the Acheulean hand axe tool. There's information on that in the link tree in my bio that goes over different Acheulean hand axes, I think. Wyoming, that might be it. I learned today that Neanderthals had a similar wide chromosome to sapiens than Denisovians. That might be real. My understanding, though, and I could be wrong because, I know things are constantly changing and they may have come up with something new, but my understanding is there's not a lot of Neanderthal Y DNA in us. We don't really see that. We see it, we see the MT DNA is my understanding. I might need to look into that. They might have changed that. So the idea that we were all living in caves is because that's where we're finding evidence. And there's some evidence of living in caves, but we're not going to really find evidence of living in houses or wood structure, right? We're really going to find evidence of stone structure. So anything else that they're living in that's not a stone structure isn't going to be in the fossil record. It's not going to be something that we really see evidentiary of until later periods. Maybe some of the Homo erectus living in later periods can either be DNA tested, depending, or can can absolutely, or can actually be found in spaces that some of the material remains outside of stone remained. But so far, we really haven't found any of that, to my knowledge. And to my knowledge, we've really tried to DNA test all the Homo erectus bones we currently have. So I'm not sure if we're going to find a difference on that later on as things are developing and changing. Thank you, Casey. Erectus didn't make wheels. We haven't really seen wheels until much later. We did become intelligent because of diet, right? And we became intelligent because of diet. And I want you to hear what I'm saying on this because it's logical, okay? When you have greater caloric fat intake of things like fishy fat proteins and stuff like that, they actually go to the brain development. We see this today in modern Homo sapiens. You will see children who are lacking that either in utero or in small ages are stunted a little bit, right? And so when you see that, it's absolutely about brain development, and the ability to do that and have those things are absolutely where you get that brain development going further in their great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren, right? Because over different periods of time, you're seeing that as each new generation is coming out, this advantage that Homo erectus gave us all is showing itself even more in each generation that's coming out. So you absolutely see that the use of fire to cook your food, and it's been scientifically proven. Like, unless you have proof to the contrary, you're going to have to come up with some proof to the contrary to tell me that I'm wrong, because absolutely, Linktree in my bio has evidence of it. You can go and Google it. It's actually really easy to find evidence of. Higher oils and fats from certain different cooked foods actually provide better brain development. Cro-Magnon is only early Homo sapien. It's just us. It's just an outdated term for early Homo sapien. And the Cro-Magnon, or early Homo sapien, were just children and grandchildren of the Homo erectus. So they would have bred back in, and our genetics really wouldn't be different from them because we got our genetics from them. We're still talking. We're talking about ancient Homo species. Cooked foods, to my knowledge, is the reason for the growth of the brain in cubic size. It is not the reason for the intelligence of the brain, right? The size of the brain, even though we've been taught this for a couple hundred years, does not equate the intelligence of the being. The intelligence of the being comes in different areas, okay? And so we see that morphing later on, and that morphing later on is going to give us where we're at today. But the size is coming from having, so think of it this way. If your whole life, you're only getting enough food to carry through your day, right? You don't get enough food to, to add any muscle. You don't get enough food to add anything. You get enough food to carry yourself through your day, right? When you get to the point where you start to get excess food, that excess food goes to certain areas, right? A lot of times it's going to go to fat storage, right? But if you're developing another brain, it's going to go to the brain you're developing, right? Because it's going to go to the body you're developing, and the brain is one of the first things in those bodies that we're developing that really develops, right? And so you're going to go to the development of your child's brain when you're getting that excess calories, which is completely logical. Like, we've seen studies on this, and just hearing it for most people should be pretty logical, right? Like, where is the excess stuff going to go when you're growing a baby? Into the baby, right? And what is it going to go into? Into those primary functions that it needs to live right? So which would actually contribute to the fact that as Homo sapiens, we have 5 life stages from neonate to adult, and we're the only species that does that, right? It would contribute to the extended pregnancies that we have, right? It contributes to the brain size of the neonate coming out and the reason that we have midwife assist birth, and it's mandatory for us. So all of these things are contributing to the growth of the next generation, right? And in that contribution to the growth of the next generation, you're absolutely seeing that any excess calories, even today we track it, that every excess calories goes to the fetus. In places where mothers are starving, you see low development because the mothers aren't getting the excess calories. It's called erectus because it's the first upright man. Erectus means upright, basically. It's the first fully human, right? Like it's the first that really looks like us except in its skull morphology. We don't have evidence of how long an erectus pregnancy was, to be real. We don't have evidence of the gestation period for them. And this is because we don't have any neonate skeletons. Neonate skeletons are something that's difficult to find because of how thin and small the bones are. They disintegrate fast, right? So we don't have any neonate skeletons, so we don't know what they looked like at birth. So when men's brains enlarged, because the Neanderthals' brains were larger than ours, the Neanderthals were absolutely not violent like we are today. That's not where that violence really comes in. That violence actually comes in at least 30,000 years after the advent of the larger brain. Or not the larger brain, but of the advent of the shape of the brain that we have. We don't know what language they would have spoke. We trace the oldest human language currently on the planet to the Khoisan people. We know that this is the oldest human language in the first population because of genetics. We know it's the oldest population in the first population, and then because of the patterns of the language, we know it's the oldest language, right? And so we do have the ability to trace the oldest current language, but we don't really know what dead languages there are, right? Unless we have people to speak of them, right? And there are no more left. Again, this is a species before us that we came from, and they're gone by about 170,000 years. We do find one missing link. We think there are several, and the one that we have found is Graciopithecus freibergi, and it's just a missing link between us and chimpanzees. It's the last common ancestor between us and chimpanzees. Okay, so let me double check that there's no questions on erectus that I haven't answered. I just want to make sure that how do we know about an increase in violence behavior, because that's when we start to see it in the fossil record, and we'll go into that a little bit. Most early languages model themselves off of other animal languages, or the language that you hear in the world around you already being given, the vocalizations. And so when Homo sapiens is saying that earliest languages have clicks and grunts as we would recognize them for words, absolutely. And we can see clicks and different trills and things like that in our oldest languages. So this is based on this picture. So what we believe with Homo erectus, again, we haven't found DNA with Homo erectus just because of some of the problems that we have with DNA, which I'm going to go into in the next section. But Homo erectus speciates in Africa. And species that speciate in Africa with hair loss happening are speciating with darker skin. And this is because dark skin is a protection from the element, the UV element of the sun. Dark skin doesn't mean you don't burn. Dark skin just means that you have higher protection. And so in an area with a lot of sun and not a lot of shade, we're seeing a speciation with darker skin. You're also going to see this in the earlier people that they speciate from as well. Like you're going to see that, if we look as far back as the 7-million-year-old hominin, older hominins all have dark skin. They're still looking very, to our perception, we haven't had DNA, they're still looking very great ape-like, because we are actually great apes, right? But it's that loss of hair and the skin actually, because they're losing their hair. They're darker because they're losing their hair, right? And so as you're seeing that loss of hair happening, you are absolutely seeing the darker skin happening or staying if it's already been there. And what you're seeing that is the beautiful adaptation and advancement that Homo sapien and Homo erectus has is not either the dark skin or the light skin that they're able to speciate into with like Neanderthal, but the ability to adapt their skin melanin content based on the area they're in. So you can overdose from vitamin D and you can overdose from UV. So speciating with dark skin in an environment where you can overdose for both of those things is really a priority. It's also why we think that Homo sapiens speciates with 4C hair as the environment, which would also mean that we probably speciated as Homo erectus with 4C hair as well. So when we're seeing the hairless body and just the hair in specific areas, we're seeing that hair take on different forms of protection, right? And so we absolutely, again, this is not based on DNA, but this is based on all evidentiary, right? All thought process of where they're speciating, right? And so this is why we're seeing Homo erectus as having been of dark skin well there in Africa and speciating. As Homo erectus is making it outside of Africa and kind of becoming subspecies in some areas and then speciating in some areas, you're going to see the skin adapting to the area over 100 generations. That's what adaptation takes. And as it adapts, again, the adaptation factor being the evolutionary advantage. The factor that you can adapt your melanin to your environment is an evolutionary advantage, not the amount of melanin in your skin. And so you're seeing them adapt with that evolutionary advantage being used to be able to make them more capable of living in a different environment. And we're going to go into how that happens in our next section as well. Okay, so I am seeing so hair isn't necessarily the protection though, because one of the reasons that we lose our body hair is the ability to sweat. We're one of the few beings that has that ability to sweat, right? And that ability to sweat actually cools the skin better than the hair protects the skin from the sun, right? So you have to lose your hair to get the sweat glands. But those sweat glands are a huge use to us. They're a huge advantage to us. And so this is why they're losing their hair, right? And melanin is a great protection. It's the same protection they had before they lost their hair, right? You actually, if you look, this is actually slightly lighter than, you know, what we view earlier species at, okay? So we've all probably seen pictures of Lucy, right? So this is our 7 million-year-old find, Graciopithecus. This is a Sahelanthropus teddachi, and this is the most recent find that we have that's our new earliest hominin. So if you're looking at skin when we have full hair coverage, you're seeing that the skin is even darker then, right? So the development of the sweat glands leads to the loss of the hair, right? But you still need to have that darkness of skin to protect the skin that's exposed. Like, so you see exposed skin here is darker, right? You know, it's probably dark all the way around, because we also know today that like when black hair grows out, we're growing out of black spots in skin in like animals, like in animal skin growth. Like you'll actually, if you shave an animal, you'll see the patterns, like the black and white splotches on a Dalmatian. You'll see after you shave the hair, it's actually in the melanin in the skin on the Dalmatian. So we can assume that underneath we're actually looking at this too. And again, this is an assumption based on the fact that this is an early primate, right? And this is what we see in early primates. And so while it is possible that they speciated completely different than all the other early primates in the color of their skin, it's unlikely that they would speciate due to, you know, why are you going to speciate different, especially if it's not an advantage to you, right? If it's a disadvantage, you're not going to speciate into it, right? This guy won't take your job. You took this guy's job. Anyways, so, and there are other pictures of Homo erectus out there. So when you look at Homo erectus, is a, and I think these are almost all from, well, okay, so not all of these are Canis and Canis. all except for the bottom two. So the very bottom right, I'm going to turn off comments for a hot minute so you can see these, okay? So the very bottom right, that's not the way to turn off comments. So I'm going to turn it off for a hot minute so you can see. So at the very bottom right, we're seeing Homo habilis, the species before, right? And you see how their morphology is pretty different than you're looking at these other species afterwards, right? Homo rudolfensis is another early Homo, often associated as being an early erectus, right? Though, as you can see here, it's not really facing out the way we see other Homo erectus facing out. These are other Homo erectus kind of around the globe, right? We're seeing that Turkana is in Africa, that African Homo erectus as the start of the Homo erectus species. Java man, the one behind me, is actually in like Indonesia area, right? So we're actually seeing, that these are these different spaces where you're getting different skin colors depending on the environment as they start speciating out with their skin colors. I am using the picture I'm using because of the fact that Kinnis and Kinnis images, and you can see not all of these are Kinnis and Kinnis images, just because you can see the difference in the face in Kinnis and Kinnis images as to others. And what I'm talking about is the humanity in the face, right? In many of these others, we're not looking at something that looks human. It doesn't look like they have a content of knowledge behind their eyes. There's no amusement in their face. There's no interaction in their face. Right? Another one that we'll see, and this is going to pause me again. Pull up this one. The words on it are because it kind of covers different body parts, right? So this is in a museum, and this is a wax reconstruction of two Neanderthals from a cave in Gibraltar. These are some of our last Neanderthals, and this is a mother and her 7-year-old son. And when you look at this picture, what you see is the mischief in the 7-year-old's face, right? You see a little boy who is out fucking some shit up during the day, right? You see that playfulness, right? And you see within the mother the amusement and contentment and beauty in her life, right? You see just how human she is. And this is why I use the images that I do. I want you to see that these people are not primitive. Your idea of primitive is not correct. And these people are not primitive. These people are as advanced emotionally and intellectually as you are. They look at things in a different way because of their experience. This is an early Homo sapien that I'm pulling up next. So this is an early Homo sapien. This is our first Homo sapien in England. Okay, this is our first Homo sapien on the Isle of Britain. This is Cheddarman, and Cheddarman had dark skin. When we get to England, when we get to Europe, we have dark skin, and it takes at least 100 generations for that adaptation. It's thought that we're having the lighter eyes early on because of that mix with Neanderthals and because of that low light environment that we're entering into, but we don't see dark skin really light skin really becoming the main part of European society for a couple 1,000 years, and we even see into our later, like moving into Scandinavia, we see in the the two groups that move into Scandinavia around 6,000, 8,000 years ago, those two groups, one looks just like this, dark skin with blue eyes, and the other group is light skinned with brown eyes, right? And so those are the descendants that you're seeing from a few thousand years, or today from a few thousand years ago, right? Our ancestors there. So we're not seeing light skin come out until much later, and it's not a step forward on the evolutionary ladder. What light skin is the same step on the evolutionary ladder that gives us dark skin, gives us the ability to fluctuate our melanin if we need to. It's it. That's all, right? So when you're looking at it as it deeming anything else genetically, you're looking at it wrong. And that's where we really get into debunking of race theory. But I have a specific space that I want to go into it. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go into the different speciations. I am going to go ahead and switch us back to I'll turn comments on for a couple of minutes just to see if there's any questions based on that. And then I'm probably going to turn them off when I go into trying to talk about the different speciations, just because it's really less distracting for me. Again, I'll always turn them back on so that everybody has the ability to comment. I want to make sure that everybody has the ability to ask questions. Kylie, which question was it? Just so that I know. Evolution is real, but it's not linear. Thank you, Susan. Absolutely. I don't know exactly how old Earth is. I only study humans. This is a Kinnis and Kinnis image. It's right underneath where my picture is. It says Kinnis and Kinnis. And the link tree in my bio has a link to their website. It goes into how they create this image, where this skull comes from. And I think on this one especially, it even shows the way they lay it over the recreation of the skull. And, you know. Yeah, so it's not, so the way you change isn't due to genetic ability. The ability to change melanin is the genetic, right? So not what you change into. We all have the ability to change into whatever color, okay? If I and my descendants go and live in Africa, return to the Sudan, like if we go to grandma's homeland, right? If we were returning to the Sudan in 100 generations, we'd all be dark. Anybody from South Africa now who's extremely dark, who goes to, as a group, you know, you have to have more than one, but goes as a group to Sweden, is going to be light within 100 generations. It is not the color, it is the ability to adapt it, right? It's the ability to adapt that is the evolutionary advantage. Demonsi hominins, I don't think so. So with Homo erectus, we believe how they speciated due to how we speciated, and again, because that is the evolutionary advantage in the area. Speciating with light skin in Africa would have left you dead. You would not have made it to the next generations, especially not knowing how to keep yourself shaded, right? I'm not sure if Demonsi is the first hominid in Europe. I do know that we know that a late Homo heidelbergensis, early Neanderthal is the first in Britain, but I don't know if Demonsi, I can't remember where Demonsi is. I think Demonsi is in France, but I'm not sure. Okay. Okay, so how does getting lighter or darker help survival? So this is what we're going to get into next, kind of. White people who have been in Africa for the last 100 generations have been indoors. So we're going to go into this one next. Let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and turn off comments though, because again, it can be very distracting for me. So, first of all, we're going to talk about race and race theory. Okay. And the first thing that I want to state on this is I am an anthropologist, is what my degrees are in. Archaeology is a subspecialty of anthropology. And anthropology is kind of what I studied before I studied archaeology anyways, right? Because anthropology is a study of others, right? Or other groups, culture, study of culture. So the theory of race was developed by my field. And when the theory of race was developed, we're talking the 1850s. Now, the idea that race exists doesn't start until Europeans land in Turtle Island. And when Europeans land in Turtle Island, they see an ecologically advanced group of people. They see garden from coast to coast, north to south, all tended garden, every documentation. Columbus lands on the Taino, and then 100 years later, the Mayflower lands. And in the 100 years between that, as the Europeans are raiding up and down the East Coast and stealing children for their sex slave business in Europe, you're seeing that they're documenting everything as tended gardens. Okay, so north to south, east to west. On the west coast, as the Spanish come over in the 1700s, they document all of the west coast as tended gardens, north to south, east to west. Ecologically, you see an extremely advanced group of people. The other thing that you see that is really advanced, especially for the Europeans, is medicine and science. The Europeans stopped practicing medicine and science completely in 400. And the reason that you see the Europeans stop practicing medicine and science completely in 400 is because you see Christianity become a state religion of the Romans who had conquered the vast majority of Europe. And when Christianity becomes a state religion, and Christianity is trying to propagate the idea that there is a singular ruler, a singular God, so a singular ruler can no longer be a part of a triumvirate, you're seeing this need to control the masses. And in this need to control the masses, part of it is God is a jealous God, and he doesn't want you to question or investigate anything, because if you're questioning or investigating, you might be questioning or investigating whoever's ruling you, right? And so you see this othering based on religion. This is not the start of othering. It goes further back, but this othering based on religion. And in this othering based on religion, what you see is that they take away medicine and science from Europe. It is outlawed in Europe. Any place that is ruled by the Christian church, when it starts being ruled by the Christian church, medicine and science become outlawed. And so from about 400 with the start with Constantine to about 1600, well after the discovery of Turtle Island, you see medicine and science outlawed. In Christian nations, Islamic nations have medicine and science, and many people within Europe will travel to Islamic nations to learn medicine and science. You also see advanced writing, and you see advanced ecology within many spaces, because we like to think of the Crusades in the Middle East as being where the Muslims were, right? But the Muslims were pretty much all of Africa too, right? Africa was extremely Islamic during this time. And because Africa is extremely Islamic during this time, Africa is an extremely advanced group of people, depending on which part of Africa you're in, if you're ruled by an Islamic state. Indigenous ecology and indigenous science and indigenous medicine, like I just showed with Turtle Island, is also extremely advanced. So in spaces that are ruled by either indigenous thought process or ruled by Islamic thought process, what you're seeing is spaces who have science, who have medicine, and who have a scientific-based ecology, right? But you're not seeing this in England. Not only are you not seeing this in European countries, but the other things that you're not seeing in European countries is sanitation, bathing, right? The Vikings bathed, but you stop bathing when the church takes over, because the church tells you that it's wrong unless you're being baptized, right? Which is also why you drowned witches, because only witches can actually float, right? If you're going to sink to the bottom, then obviously you're innocent, dead, but innocent, right? So you're looking at a time period where any form of sanitation is really not happening, and any form of looking into why diseases are happening, any form of care of diseases are happening, none of this is going on, because anytime you do anything like that, you're burned, you're killed, you're tortured, because you're obviously a witch, because you understand science and medicine, and God has banned science and medicine as being evil. So when Europeans get to Turtle Island, they see science and medicine for the first time in a long time. They knew of African countries, but nobody's really going there. We know that they're advanced, but nobody's really going there because they're Muslim, and the Muslims are the bad people. So you start to see this science everywhere, and you're like, fuck, what the fuck is this? And how come these people that we're viewing as primitive are actually so much more advanced than us? They're able to save lives. There's no starvation, because community means everybody has value. Everybody is provided for, because even if you're just sitting tending the fire, you're a high value member of community, because the fire ain't going out. So whether you're an orphaned child who is potentially going to be a leader or a warrior or a really great, talented basket weaver later on in life, and so the whole community is supporting this child, or whether you're an elder who has lived a long life and you can no longer do things like hunting and gathering, and so all you do is sit by the fire and teach those children, right? Even if that's all you have, everybody is a valued member of community. So you're not seeing people dying of starvation. You're not seeing filth. You're seeing cities that are extremely ecologically advanced at the time and really become a part of the environment, which is why we don't see them in the archaeological record, because you're not looking at something that distanced you from the environment. And so with all of this, Europeans go, fuck. Well, we want their land and we need to justify killing them to take their land. So we're going to justify killing them to take their land with religion. We're going to force them to convert to our religion, and that forced conversion to our religion is going to take their land from them. Manifest destiny. We need somebody to work this land, and most people don't know. But the reason that people were brought from Africa was not because they didn't try to enslave the indigenous people. They did. They tried to enslave the indigenous people in their own land, and they knew how to get the fuck away because they knew how to use their land. And so enslaving indigenous people in their own land didn't work. They couldn't keep them. They had places to run to. They knew the land well enough that they weren't going to starve, right? Though there are instances of early indigenous groups that are being forced into slavery in Turtle Island actually starving themselves to death rather than being slaves. But, you know, you're still looking that you're not keeping your Turtle Island indigenous slaves. So instead, you go to another continent and take people from that continent, right? Now, there's slavery in Africa. There's slavery in Turtle Island. There's slavery across the globe. None of this slavery is based on inheritance, and none of this slavery is based on race. This slavery is based on you lost a war, so I get you for 7 years. I get you for a period of time. You belong to me to pay off this debt by working it out. It is way more indentured servitude than it is ever chattel slavery. So you see African people selling other African people because they're going to come home eventually, right? You're going to release them eventually, right? Because that's what we do. And instead, they're transported to an entirely different world. An entirely different world that they don't understand the ecology of because it's not like their ecology. They don't know the escape routes of because it's not their home. And so you start to see the ability to enslave another group of people. And in that ability to enslave another group of people, and in the need to enslave them to work this land for you and eradicate them so that you can have the land, and these are two advanced groups, you have to find a way to dehumanize them. And so we start dehumanizing them based on color of skin and based on what we perceive as race. The word is around, but the theory and the idea that there are mental differences or different capabilities or different levels of pain for the idea of skin color has not occurred beforehand, because these things are scientifically based and there's no science here, besides the fact that you're actually seeing Africans marrying into European courts. You're seeing there's a recent article, this is in the link tree in my bio, 11-year-old girl in Updown in England, in Britain, in the 7th century, who has 33% West African DNA, Nairobian DNA, right? So you're seeing interflux of different groups of people across all of this space, and you're not seeing it othering based on color until you get to Turtle Island. And when you see othering based on color in Turtle Island, you start to see the development of the idea that there are other races, and those races are dependent on skin color instead of we're all different races of man, right? Because race mentioned as a word before this does not mean what it means now, right? You could be from the same country in two different cities. The Scottish were a different race than the English, right? So the Irish were a different race than the English, right? So you could be the same skin color and in the same area and still be two different races before this. But when we see race theory develop is after we see the idea of the theory of evolution develop. And we don't see this until we see Neanderthal pulled out of the ground. And the idea of the theory of evolution takes us from the belief that humanity has been here for 5,000 years, created by God, to the idea that we've evolved. And as this is developing, we see Europeans trying to double down on the excuses of their atrocities, right? The justification of the atrocities that they are committing. Because you see science start to come back in Europe in the 1600s. Europe at this point in time appropriates knowledge from different areas that they have stolen people from or stolen land from, but it doesn't take that knowledge or learn from those people and utilize that knowledge in a very healthy way. You use some herbology, but that's really it. Everything else goes back to the ancient Greeks, and the ancient Greeks are problematic to the extreme with their science and with their medicine. They literally believed that the reason women did not want to put up with being beaten and raped was because of the fact that they were hysterical. Any emotion other than placidity was hysteria, and the reason they believed in hysteria and called it hysteria was the idea that your womb wandered throughout your body. And if you were hysterical, it was because your womb was not in the right place and you had to draw it back to its proper seat. That's how the vibrator was invented. We go into that sometimes. But when you see this theory of race starting to be developed alongside this, using ancient Greek science, which already supposes women are an inferior group of people, right? Using ancient Greek science, you also see this idea that there are inferior groups, and this idea that white men are the dominant group, right? Starting to solidify with the science that they're using from ancient Greeks, who call themselves a dominant group. Everything else is barbarian and savage, because that's just the fucked up of the ancient toxic patriarchy that comes from Greece. So using that science instead of the science around them that would have helped them, and because they didn't listen to any other voices than white voices, they developed the theory of race. And the theory of race is based on the color of your skin, the color of your eyes, the texture of your hair, and caliper measurements of different parts of your skull. Okay? And the theory of race states that these things tell us whether or not you are intelligent, whether or not you feel pain, whether or not you work harder, whether or not you're good at sports, whether or not you're suited for different things, right? And we base it all on this idea that these outward appearance things link to the internal genetics of humanity. Not really understanding so much about genetics at the time even, and not having a lot of proper tools to measure this, right? But this is absolutely a confirmation bias move, which means I'm going to take only the evidence that confirms my bias and ignore everything else. Because if you look at the measurements of somebody's skull, it doesn't change depending on what latitude or region they're in. There are a couple things, but they're not dependent on the different shapes. They're dependent on sun. That's it. And they don't lead anything else. They don't give any other capabilities other than environmental adaptation, right? And so when we use this to develop an entire fucking country here in the US and in other spaces, and use this to devalue an entire globe of people, it's really problematic, right? Culture absolutely exists, and racism is everywhere. 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 Racism is among Asian groups of people, where lighter-skinned Asians are considered an advanced race to darker-skinned Asians, right? All in the same area, all the same history. Still, so when we get the ability to test DNA and to get a full genomic spectrum of people, we start to see real fact shit come across that really debunks our idea that race actually exists. So when we see this, we find out a couple of things, and this is because we have currently tested the whole genome. We know what the whole human genome is. We can trace migration patterns through mitochondrial DNA, through Y DNA, right? Mitochondrial DNA being the ones you get from your mother, Y DNA, father to son to father to son to father to son, only in the masculine line going back directly. When we start to look at all of these things, and when we start to look at the genomes, what we find is that we can tell where the first group of people starts, like the oldest group of people on the planet, right? And we can tell how long certain groups of people have been there. And we can also see that genetically, you are more different within a primary population than you are between two separate primary populations. Now, I use small numbers to explain this, but I want you to understand that they don't correlate to the actual numbers of any of these things within us, okay? They're just small numbers to explain. So say that there are 50 genes within the human species, right? And of those 50 genes, every person only gets 25 of those genes. And in every group of 50, you're going to see a full spectrum of 25 genes, okay? Or not. Full spectrum of all 50 genes, right? Everybody gets 25. So 50 people stay in Africa and 50 people leave Africa. Each of these take a full set of the human genome, a full set of the 50 genes, right? The 50 that stay in Africa, they have their full set. They retain their full set. They stay within this and they're breeding their full set as they go. But since everybody only gets 25 genes, nobody gets the full 50 genes, right? The people leaving Africa, they're taking the full set with them, but as they start to separate, they're not taking the full set. So say you have 10 go to Western Europe, and of those 10, they take genes 1 through 40. And say you have 10 go to Eastern Eurasia, and you see that those 10 take genes 10 through 50, okay? You see Australia taking the full spectrum, maybe. No, genes 1 through 49. They've left one behind, right? So we know they're not the primary population. We also know that they are the secondary oldest population from a couple of different things, right? So you're seeing that as you go around the world, not all of the genes are being taken with you, but a majority of them. So say I, sitting in the primary population of the Khoisan people in Africa, because this is the primary population that we all descend from, the Khoisan people in Africa who have the most genetic diversity. They have all the genes of the human genome. I'm sitting there and I have genes 1 through 25, but my next door neighbor has genes 25 through 50. Now, somebody in Sweden also has genes 1 through 25 because they have genes 1 through 30, right? So more likely to have the same gene structures as somebody in Sweden, right? And in fact, because there's so much genetic diversity within my population, I'm more likely to have the same genes with somebody in Sweden than I am here because, well, I have 1 through 25, they're going to have 1 through or 25 through 50 here, and maybe 1 through 10, and maybe, my math, 35 through 50, right? So they have some of mine, but not all of mine, right? So I'm going to have more genetic diversity among the population that I live in. I'm going to be more genetically diverse than I am going to be from somebody in a different population. Now, as populations, we adapt certain elements to be able to live within an environment when we don't have the advantages we have now. This is both why we adapt these things and why we're not going to do it again. And this is why when we're in these environments and we don't have houses to live in and spend year-round indoors, we have to adapt the color of our skin to be able to take in vitamin D or prevent too much vitamin D, right? And that, again, the ability to adapt melanin is that advantage, that evolutionary advantage that we have within Homo sapiens and had within Homo erectus. It is not the different colors of melanin because each melanin is uniquely suited for the environment that it is in. Each melanin is uniquely adapted to the environment that it is in. It is not an advantage in any other environment. And therefore, because it is an advantage only in a specific area, it itself is not the advantage. Because if you take somebody who has lived in Sweden for the last 5,000 years, and so not only are they light, but they super light, right? Take somebody who's been in Sweden for the last 5,000 years, take their family group and move them to Africa and take away all structure. You're not going to see survivability. You have to adapt to survive. If we have the ability to adapt our adaptations till we get to an apartment building, then we no longer have to adapt to the environment because we've adapted the environment to us. Okay? But until we get to that ability, we have to adapt to our environment, otherwise we die. So, you see specific adaptations that are specific for an environment. If you take those adaptations into a different environment, then those adaptations are a failure, not a forward. Okay? And so this is why it's not advantageous to be light-skinned. It's advantageous to be light-skinned in the Pacific Northwest or in England. It is not advantageous to be black-skinned. It is advantageous in Africa and Australia and along the equator to have dark skin. And if you take it into another area and you don't supplement it into other things, then you're going to have to either adjust or you're going to have to, it's going to be a disadvantage in those areas, right? And so it is not the specific color that is the advantage. It is being able to match you to the environment you're in. That is a brilliant advantage that we have, right? So this is where we really have debunked race theory. Race is still being used today. It is everywhere. It is in everything we do. Racism is structural. Racism is in medicine. Racism is in our policing. Racism is in our schools. Racism is in our government. Racism is even in those of us who do not think that we are racist, right? Racism is even in those of us who work our hardest to be anti-racism, and racism is in every skin color. That does not mean that you can be racist against white people. You can't be racist against this if this is the advantage. You can't turn this, now you can turn it into the disadvantage, but you can't be racist, structural, as something that is meant to keep a certain group in place if this is what meant to keep in place, right? But you can be Black or Indigenous and be racist against, you can be Black and be racist against Indigenous people. You can be Indigenous and be racist against Black people. You can be racist against Asian people, right? You can be racist and be any skin color. You just can't be racist against white people. It really doesn't work well, right? We can make it work a little bit better, right? But racism really, as an idea, race as an idea really needs to be propagated, that has been debunked, right? Because as long as we're using the structure of racism, as long as race is dictating everything we do in our societies, it's very problematic. And it's really anti-us. It's not who we are. It's a part of an experiment that people use to keep us in power that is still going. And if we can dismantle that structure that keeps certain people in power and everybody else starving, and understand that, well, racism exists and we need to get rid of racism. Racism itself isn't the problem. The need to other and the need to create groups that we can other is the problem. So, because the debunction of race theory and the understanding, let me go into speciation really quick. So, speciation is where you take a group of people and you split them off. And the isolation turns that group into two separate groups. Now, it was explained to me in school as a field of deer, and not a field of deer, a herd of deer that would cross a mountain pass going to their summer pasture and their winter pasture. And as they're crossing this pass, there's a collapse of the pass, and you have half of the herd of deer stuck on one side in the summer pasture and half of the herd of deer stuck on the other side in the winter pasture. You don't have all the genetics for either group in either space, and so you also have the need to adapt over the course, again, of 100 generations. So in humans, that's 2,500 years because of our generation length. In animals, this is going to be much shorter. So I'm not going to give you a year on deer, but in 100 generations, you're going to see adaptation start. In a few hundreds of thousands of generations, you're going to see speciation happening. And what this is that in adapting to the winter pasture, they're adapting in a specific way. This is kind of how we get white-tailed deer. That white tail is a help in a winter pasture, but they're adapting with that white tail. They're adapting to not need as much food. They're adapting to eat more bark, right? And so you see them speciating into a new species of deer, white-tailed deer. And over in this summer pasture, you're seeing them speciating along the lines of the summer pasture, where maybe they speciate with a lighter coat so that they're getting more sun, right? Or because it's hotter all the time, and so they're shedding some of their coat out. Maybe you're seeing them speciating to eat more of a specific kind of grass, and for that grass to actually retain body fat in a better way, so that through any cold pasture or cold winters that they don't have food, they can retain it, right? And so this is how you see speciation. Again, you're seeing come from the same space into two different spaces, right? This same space is our last common ancestor. And then you have these two species, right? So our last common ancestor with things like Homo neanderthalis is Homo erectus, the guy behind me, right? So when you see Homo erectus leaving Africa, we were just talking about genes, and again, I'm going to use small terms, or small numbers. So if Homo erectus has 50 genes as a species whole, and there's 100 Homo erectus as a species whole, and each 50 keeps a whole continent of the genes, right? And you see 50 stay in Africa, and you see 50 leave Africa. The 50 that stay in Africa are going to have the whole continent of genes. So this means that as long as they're never in isolation, they're going to speciate along the same line, which is how we see the speciation of Homo sapien, and I'm going to get into that. But when we see them leaving Africa, they take the full genomic spectrum with them, but as they diverge, again, they're not taking that full genome with them. So say you're going into Europe, and again, you're only taking some of the genes. Everybody gets 25. Say that you're taking genes 1 through 25 into Europe, right? And so you're actually not very genetically diverse. Well, let's say 1 through 30. Otherwise, you have absolutely no genetic diversity at all, right? But there's not a whole lot of genetic diversity, right? You either have 5 through 30 or 5 and 1 through 5 and 10 through 15, and, but there's still, everybody has kind of the same genes, right? And so as you are adapting to the area and only adapting with those genes, after a few 100,000 generations, you come into an entirely new speciation. And that speciation is adapted to the environment that you're in because it is specifically grown in that environment, right? And the same thing when you're seeing the speciation in Africa. So Homo erectus has several what we call subspecies within them. And what we see with subspecies is we believe they're subspecies instead of completely different species because we will often find them all in the same group of people. What it is we don't see a different body morphology, we see a different skeletal morphology, and it's not vastly different. And so because of this, we usually consider things like Homo ergaster and Homo heidelbergensis to be subspecies of Homo erectus. It'd be like, Homo erectus heidelbergensis, right? And so when we look at that, we see that Homo heidelbergensis is the subspecies of Homo erectus that they believe that both Neanderthal and Homo sapien and Denisovian all come from. And so we see Homo heidelbergensis moving into, as a subspecies with that 30 genes, into Europe. And as they're speciating specific to Europe in the area they're in. So we just finished an ice age 10,000 years ago, right? This is why Homo sapien wasn't in the vast majorities of Europe until 10,000 years ago. And between the start of Homo neanderthal at 600,000 years ago, because this is our most recent dating for the start of Homo neanderthal, and 30,000 years ago at the death of Homo neanderthal, or the last of Homo neanderthal, they went through 2 different ice ages. So during this time, as they're speciating in an environment that's pretty much in flux, but always pretty cold and always has a heavy, always has a heavy cloud cover. And that pretty much in cold and always in flux and that always heavy cloud cover, because even today in its height of interstitial, that's what you're seeing in Northern Europe. You're seeing a species speciating lighter of skin, because that light skin not only allows for better UV from the sun, better ability to absorb UV from the sun. But some recent studies that I don't know enough about because I'm trying to dig more into show that light skin might actually help with cold. And I know a lot of people with dark skin will move to a northern climate and be like, fuck, it's really fucking cold. Even after 10 years when you would think they would have been like, it was cold when I first started, but, I'm more used to it now, right? And so that might be true, right? I haven't dug too deep in it yet. I don't know for positive, but it is a new studies that has been released in scientific journals, right? So it could also be to keep some retention, right? Or the skin color itself could keep retention. But we absolutely see that it is an adaptation to increase the vitamin D content from the sun absorption, right? The other things that we see with Neanderthal are all cold weather speciations. And what we see is Neanderthal speciates very short and very compact. They're heavily muscled, but they're very compact. This retains body heat. When you are tall and lean, you dissipate body heat. When you're short and compact, you retain body heat. The skin is the largest organ in your body, and one of its primary purposes is to dissipate and retain heat. And the more of it you have over a surface, the more you're going to dissipate. But the less of it you have over a surface, the less you're going to dissipate. So short and stocky, compact means more warmth. We also see that speciation again with light skin, but we also see that speciation with light eyes. And this speciation in Neanderthals for light eyes is a cold or a low light adaptation. If you have light eyes like I do, I have gray eyes. And when you have light eyes, if you go out into the sun, it hurts. Like I wear a hat all the time because you'll get headaches. You'll have to squint to be able to see. Light eyes are not intended for bright sunlight. And you also see this speciation with a nose and sinus structure that is meant to warm the air. And what we see in this, a lot of times we're like, oh, well, certain humans have bigger noses. Isn't that to cool air? It's not the size of the nose, it is what's behind it. So when you look at a Homo sapiens nose, we don't have those heavy brow ridges, and all noses, they stop here for the bone, right? And then you have openings in the skull. Now for us, your bone is stopping here, but your openings really just go straight down. Not out, but straight down, right? And so really this is the opening behind your nose with a slit in between it. It's two long, narrow, kind of narrow teardrop, raindrop shapes, but they're not wide at the bottom. They're very narrow at the bottom. Not narrower than the rest of it. It's still a teardrop shape, but they're narrower at the bottom. When you look at Homo neanderthalis, you see this comes out a lot further, but you also see that this goes like this, leaving these wide openings, right? Not only that, but those wide openings behind them, because of the mid-face prognosis, where their faces come out more like this, they don't have a chin like we do, and their foreheads are kind of going back, even though they have a larger brain capacity. What you're seeing is that the, thank you everybody, the sinus is behind that. Sinuses, we don't really understand a lot of times, but they look like crab bodies or like a snail shell. Like it's a bunch of different chambers with like little pathways through a bunch of different chambers, and that's all throughout your head, right? Especially all up here. And these sinus cavities have several different functions. They help filter stuff. But one of the things that the sinus cavity in Neanderthal does is with that broad opening and then that spiral, you know, this maze to get through, it really warms the air before it hits the brain. You don't want cold air hitting your brain freeze, right? And so it's really warming the air before it hits the brain. And when you see it warming the air before it hits the brain, sorry, I have to make sure that I get my charger because my phone is starting to die on me. When you see that that warm air is, or you know, that you have to warm the air to hit before it hits the brain because cold air will cause that brain freeze that we're all, well, way too well aware of, right? And so when we're seeing that, what we're seeing is that these are speciations that we see in Neanderthal that are absolutely specific for the area that Neanderthal is speciating in. Now, when we look at the way that Homo sapiens speciate, we see something different because we see Homo sapiens speciating from Erectus in Africa. Now, there's been some new developments on the idea of how that speciation happens. So very often, and for the longest time, we're like, oh, it's one population, right? And most people are thinking it's just one population of Homo erectus, and that singular population of Homo erectus is what gives us Homo neanderthalis, right? But what we're finding now is that or not Neanderthalis, sapien, sorry. But what we're finding now is that you're looking at and I'm still trying to figure out the best way to describe this. Say you're looking at a nation with several different tribes, okay? And the nation meets once every few years to have a large nation gathering, and so all the tribes meet once every few years, and this is where they find partners, okay? And so if you're looking at this, what you're seeing is that Homo erectus is constantly interchanging their genetic signatures with other Homo erectus in different areas, but not different nations of people, right? So the same nation of people, they're just different tribes in different areas, different cities in different areas, right? But because they're constantly meeting, they're constantly exchanging those genetics, there's no isolation. So it is now looked at the idea that Homo erectus speciated like that in multiple close locations of a lot of genetic interchange, and that Homo sapien also speciated from Homo erectus or Homo heidelbergensis, a subspecies of Homo erectus, of multiple groups that had close genetic transfer, right? And so what I think about, and I've heard it mentioned here and so many times, so most of you probably have heard, I think of Clan of the Cave Bear when like all the Neanderthals went into that yearly gathering that they were talking about. So to me, that's where, and we see this down the line in many hunter-gatherer cultures where they'll meet up every couple of years, and that's where you find your partners. That's where you make sure that you're not like getting too inbred within your group, right? And so you see a constant shift of the genetics through these different groups. And so when you see that constant shift of the genetics always fluid through different groups, you're not going to see them speciate because they're not in isolation from each other. So you're going to actually see them evolve into the same thing. So we're probably the most direct evolution of what Homo erectus is, because we come from the population that had all the genetics, as well as the fact that we come from a population that was constantly intermixing. So it's not like they're losing some of the genetics and there's no isolation, whereas these other populations are speciating with less genetic diversity. So this covers why we debunked race theory and how we debunked race theory, and it also covers different speciation, or how species speciate. I am going to go into different speciations and different things about certain subjects of speciation as well. We're also going to talk a bit about ancient DNA and stuff like that when we go into the separate species that Homo erectus speciates into. I'm going to go ahead and open up for questions for a few minutes. I'm also going to kind of change my phone over a little bit because it's trying to die on me as we do that. And then I'll go ahead and go into the speciation after I get a couple of questions. If you're new to my chat, I don't do racism in my chat. I just told you how race theory was debunked. If you want to be a racist ass, you should probably scroll on because you're going to be reported and blocked. If you want to be phobic about gender and desire, first of all, you're screwed up. Second of all, find somewhere else. Biological sex isn't even binary, and gender is a recent construct. And homophobia is only here because the Christian church would prefer pedophilia. And so they changed the word pedophile in the Bible to homophile, right? Like they changed that in the Bible when they published it because they wanted to keep that. So we're not dealing with your homophobia or your gender phobia. The other thing is if you're trying to at me, or if you're trying to ask me a question, please at me. It's very hard sometimes in here for me to see. And if you at me, even my moderators, if they see it, they'll pin it for me so I can see it. We leave cap locks for our mods only, please, unless there is an absolute need, and then we ask that you let us know so that we know. And I am here doing kindness and love, right? This is my love for people and humanity, and I want for people to understand how truly beautiful they are. And so I would really appreciate that you treat me with the same kindness and love if you're shitty to me. That's your nastiness, and you need some different ethics. So please don't be shitty. There's no reason. I'm not doing it to you. And don't just call me a liar or tell me I'm wrong. Tell me why you think I'm wrong and what weight you have that makes you think I'm wrong, because I'm not going to debate the word lies. Not that you can type it in my chat, and you also can't type God in my chat. But so this is, I'll go ahead and open it up for a little bit, and that will give everybody the ability to ask questions. I might turn it on as sub only so I can read back afterwards, but I will probably turn it off in a couple minutes after it gets too trolly. So, as you guys are asking questions, I am going to be transferring over my phone so I can make sure that we can stay on the live for a little bit longer. Because my phone wants to die on me, and I have to re-rig everything to get it to a point that it's not going to die on me and to where I can be seen. Thank you. I don't care. I love your septum ring. That one works for me. It's when everybody's being shitty about it. Like, why the hell does my septum ring like stop you from learning? I have that all the time. It's like, what the fuck's wrong with you? There, I think that's going to work for us. Religion doesn't start until a few thousand years ago. Religion is actually pretty new. Religion meaning the belief in an omnipotent deity that controls your world. Spirituality is really an animistic sense, and you see animism as far back as us probably, but you don't see the idea of symbolic spirituality or even burying the dead until later on. And we will go into that a little bit, the burial of the dead, which kind of gives us the start of the idea of something other than just yourself, right? Yep.
Yes, boss. I only see the N-Widow word. I need the rest of the question. We're talking about early hominin species, Homo species. We've just been talking about erectus. We talked about the debunction of race theory. We talked about, the fact that it is the ability to shift your skin that is the advantage, not whatever color that shift is. And we were just talking about speciation and how things were able to speciate into, or how speciation happens. And then the next thing that we're going to get into next is the different species that Homo erectus speciates into. You guys are also very welcome. So Neanderthals, and we'll go into that. Neanderthals were never genetically diverse. When we were just talking about, like speciating with maybe 30 out of the 50 genes, it's a limited genetic diversity, and that limited genetic diversity means Neanderthals were very inbred. They also were around 300,000 years by the time we came onto the scene 300,000 years ago. So they doubled our existence already, right? And so, and we don't see them die until 30,000 years ago, and they're still in our genome, and there's more of their DNA on the planet now than there ever was during their existence as a species over 570,000 years, because we believe that the species as a whole was only 500,000 people. So I have a couple lives that are uploaded, but not a whole lot, to YouTube. My YouTube channel is on my link tree, but it's just N-Widow, the same thing. We are all from Africa. That does not mean that indigenous groups are not indigenous to their area. And indigenous groups that are in their areas have all been there for several hundreds of thousands of years, or several thousands of years. And many indigenous groups, like Turtle Island indigenous groups and Australian indigenous groups, have different species in their makeup that you don't see in Africa. So there is, we're all from Africa, but indigeneity in other regions is indigenous to that area, and there's been significant changes to make them indigenous to that area. We don't really see a lot. Okay, so the cultural norms from erectus, all of them survive, right? So the cultural norms that you're seeing from erectus is the use of fire, the use of language, the use of stone tools, right? That advancement, first advancement, and use of clothing, the ability to cross water, all of those things come down into us. And those are all the cultural norms that we would see. So all the Homo species narrowing down to just us currently has to do with adaptation and a lack of genetic diversity for many of those species. It's not us. We didn't kill them. There's no evidence of that. And you're not from where you're born. You're currently from where you're born, but say you're born in the United States and you don't have Turtle Island indigenous in you, you're not from there. You're from somewhere else. That's just the facts, right? It's still Turtle Island indigenous land. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Well, we do know these things because we get them through scientific evidence. And when we get things through scientific evidence, it gives us a real good knowledge of them. The reason that we don't see any variation in Homo sapiens today is because we're so intermixed. We've never really isolated from each other. We've always been pretty global. The only groups that have been isolated for periods of times would be like all Australian indigenous people or Turtle Island indigenous people. And even then, the periods of time that they are isolated for are not long enough to speciate. So I think that we are going to evolve, but we're going to evolve together. And because we evolve together, it's not going to be different species. It's going to be all of us together. Those evolutions might be like the fact that, our oxygen is getting less, so we might need to have some evolutions in our oxygen requirements or the way we do it, things like that. Giants, I will talk about giants in a hot minute. I promise we'll get to giants. There's a link tree in my bio, Mac, and in the link tree is journal articles, scientific journal articles on all of the evidence that I have laid out. So scientific process proving this existence, just saying, and I've shared it. White people are more exposed to UV. That's why light skin is for areas that have low sun. The human race's numbers are declining. We will get to giants. You don't have to care about no mods. If you're a rude person, you're a rude person. It'll just get you out of there. Yeah, race doesn't exist. It just doesn't. There is no race theory, or like the theory of race being debunked. Race doesn't exist. The understanding that we are all the same species is something that really should be gotten across, just because, first of all, if we were different, we wouldn't be able to breed with each other. And second of all, you know, look what we did with the theory of race. We turned it into a reason to kill a bunch of peoples, right? And so you want to make sure that we're not like taking the different theories of species into a reason to kill different peoples, or the thought that we killed other species because we didn't. So I think, and this is a good one, so the Inuit are actually relatively light-skinned. They're in it. Now they still have a Turtle Island indigenous kind of undertone to their skin, right? But Inuit people, and I grew up in the Pacific Northwest, right? My second mother was Haida and Tlingit, and Inuit people are actually relatively light-skinned due to the environment that they're in, right? So you do definitely see that even in Turtle Island, depending on the latitude in Turtle Island, you're going to see different skin tones. You're going to see relatively light in the far north. You're going to see extremely dark along the equator, and then you're going to see it get lighter again. Awesome. There's no evidence that certain races of people have any level of better intelligence than other, or head control people, or anything like that. There's no evidence of that. Sami, I also have some. I have everything, literally. I'm literally, like, if you look at where my DNA connects, it's several spaces in every single continent. No, we all come from this behind us. The person behind me is a Homo erectus, and a Homo erectus is our grandfather species. And our grandfather species is where we all come from. Okay, spirit, and that is because of the environment. They also still have 4C hair. We're going to get into the 4C hair. We didn't really get into the speciation of Homo sapien and how Homo sapien speciates. We will get into that. But that is because of the environment, right? I did, Nathaniel, we were talking about that one in here a little bit. No, the dark skin evolution is because we evolved in Africa, and Africa has high sun. My grandmother was Sudanese, like that's what the DNA says, and my entire life I grew up knowing that. So my grandmother Emily, her mother Dora Dolly, was the daughter of a raped slave who escaped in the 1750s. I have the birth certificate, where it calls her mother Philinda mulatto, all of it. Like, I mean, thank you, but no. And I didn't say I was black. I said I have black ancestry, which is a completely different thing, because with this skin color, I'm not going to have anywhere near the black experience in the United States, right? And the black experience in the United States is unfortunately very much based on skin color, right? High skin or dark skin tone is, yeah. Well, and that's the other thing. Like, I'm indigenous. Like, that's what I usually talk about, because like I can trace that as well. And I also grew up among an indigenous culture. So, and you're not black, you're brown. We're all shades of brown. Black is a misnomer, just like white is a misnomer, right? Caucasian isn't even really light. Like, Caucasian doesn't even apply to Scandinavian people. Caucasian applies to North African people, right? So our ideas of what skin tone is and how we classify it is crock of shit, right? The best. I actually have a couple of sites for DNA tests in the link tree in my bio down at the bottom. It will not only give you the sites that you can go to find the to get a good DNA test. It's a full genomic test as compared to the other ones that are not full genomic tests. But it will also give you the sites that you can upload that GED file to as well afterwards. Educate yourself right out this live. Bye-bye. See ya. Have a good one. I hope that you get a good education. Indigenous Scandinavian as in Sami? Welcome. Jalska. I'm not saying ancestry DNA tests are bogus. What I am saying is that they don't test the full genome. They only test a percentage of the genome, like of your genes. And then instead of actually taking that and comparing it to specific graves around the world or specific old populations around the world, it compares it to current populations. And what it does is says that everybody in this, or the vast majority of people in this population, have the mtDNA of H13, so you must be connected to this area. That's all it does. And that's why you want to go into a deeper study, even if you're getting Ancestry or 23andMe, because it will even take that partial genomic test that you got from Ancestry and 23andMe and give it a deeper dive into it. Caucasian actually refers to the Caucasus Mountains that are at the very north of India. And so Caucasian people actually are in the Caucasus Mountains in the very north of India, down in the Mediterranean kind of area, and North Africa. That's what's considered to be Caucasian. Europeans aren't actually considered to be Caucasian. And so, again, these are misnomers that are not correct, that were developed along stupid theories that really aren't there, right? Native American might not show up on your tree for a few different reasons. One is that many people in the United States have a family legend of an indigenous ancestor without actually having an indigenous ancestor. The other thing is that indigenous ancestor can be so far back that you can't see it in the family tree. That happens. You might see, well, you have a little bit of this, but we can't deep dive into it. The other thing is that DNA testing in Turtle Island is pretty limited for indigenous people, and the reason that it's limited for indigenous people, okay, now and that makes sense to me because I know Sweden, like Scandinavia, was settled by two different groups. One is dark-skinned and blue-eyed, and one is light-skinned and brown-eyed. Swedes were there in Sweden before Sami come down, because Sami are across the northern half, where Swedes are across the southern half early on. Absolutely. So we absolutely see that as that's translating down, we do see that. Okay, so Native Americans do not come from Siberia across the land bridge. This is actually a really cool thing. So let me go ahead and turn this off, just so I don't get distracted again. I am going to leave it to where I have sub-only chats up. And the reason that I'm leaving this is because then I can scroll back through the chat and look, okay, without getting distracted by new questions. But we find that, first of all, the Cerruti mastodon find in Turtle Island pushes the dating of any hominin activity in Turtle Island back to 130,000 years. This is absolutely going to be a Homo erectus. What we're seeing is that the Cerruti mastodon site is fresh bones, cracked and processed for marrow and for tools like awls and needles. Now, how do we know this? What we're seeing is that in these juvenile mastodon bones, we're seeing a type of cracking, spiral fracturing, and different other types of cracking that only happens when you are hitting fresh bone or cracking fresh bone. The bone itself has to still be damp or moist for these cracks to occur. A spiral fracture usually happens inside the body, and actually you can tell when a child has been abused a lot of times because of the presence of a spiral fracture. I learned this in radiography school as a radiographer before I was an archaeologist, and this is because the spiral fracture happens from twisting a body part. Okay, so we know that these bones were processed when they were fresh. And in among these bones, we find hammerstones and cobblestones. Cobblestones are a stone on the ground, and you put a bone on top of it, and then you hit it with a hammerstone so you can break apart the bone, so you can get the marrow out of the center, so you can get pieces of bone to take back with you. You're going to process this kill on site because you know that there are other megafauna around you that are going to come in and take this kill from you. So you're going to get as much as you can as this kill, and you're going to take off. We already know Homo erectus are using are making clothes, right? So they have needles, they have awls. To be able to make clothes, you need these things. So this is absolutely why we're processing the bone. And marrow is actually a very high fat content, and actually will help with that brain development we were talking about earlier. So we absolutely see this as a Homo erectus site. Why we see this as a Homo erectus site instead of a Homo sapiens site is because of the fact that Homo sapiens are not really out of the Levant area so we see our first Homo sapiens in Australia. Our first out of the Levant Homo sapiens in Australia at 65,000 years ago, but everybody else is around 50,000 years ago. And so anything at 100 and something thousand years ago is absolutely erectus. What we see is that this is likely to have been a speciation of erectus. We're going to go in a little bit more into that speciation in a hot minute because we're going to go into the other species. But what I want to state is that we also see Homo sapien finds in Turtle Island at 33,000 years ago. This is a site in South America, and in Mexico, near the lower tip of Mexico. And then we see, I can't remember the name of that cave, but that's tools in a cave. We see the white sand footprints at 27,000 years ago. And then there's a cave in the Yukon that is 23,000 years ago. And the cave in the Yukon is bone with tool markings on it. Okay. And so all of these are evidence of Homo sapiens in America, or in the U.S., or not in the Americas, in northern and southern Turtle Island, at 33 and closer up, right? So this puts Homo sapien here at 33,000 years ago. The land bridge theory states that there is an ice-free corridor between 18 and 15,000 years ago. I'm throwing things. The land bridge theory, in stating that there's this ice-free corridor between 18 to 15,000 years ago, is stating that nothing really makes it hominin-wise to Turtle Island until at least 18,000 years ago as it is earliest, right? Because we're looking at, the fact that we're looking at, not making our, if you don't make it until the land bridge, then you're not making it until 18,000 years ago. Sorry, I have to reset this a little bit so it'll work a little bit better so that we can, see without me falling over on you guys. Again, I'm just really, I do all of these little things to kind of jerry rig it all together. So we see that these are predating the land bridge. And since these are predating the land bridge, what this tells us is that there may have been people who come over on the land bridge, but it is not the earliest method of travel over here. We see in Alaska what we call the Kelp Highway, which is a boat route across the northern route. We see this kind of in the islands, up in in Greenland as well. And then we are currently investigating, because of the presence of Denisovian DNA within Turtle Islander DNA pre-contact, the idea that there is a southern boat route, because the massive presence of Denisovian DNA, as we're going to get into, is not on a northern route. And so with that, I'm actually going to get into the different species that we see both in our DNA and in the fossil record. So I'm going to go into how we find these in the fossil record in a timeline. Now, as I mentioned earlier, when we see our first other species, we are astonished. Up until this moment, we really think that we were 5,000 years old as a species. That's what the Bible says, and we still believe in the theory of creation. Even people who are practicing science are still believing in the theory of creation, right? And so evolution theory doesn't really start until after this. And what we see when we first see this in the timeline, I'm sorry, my lips are really not doing the best for me. What we see when we first start seeing this is that what happens is in Neander Valley in Germany, we see a construction project happening. And when this construction project happens, what we see is that the construction project uncovers what they find is a skull. And they're not sure what this is originally, because it looks like a human, but the morphology on the skull is really different. And so we're like, well, we wonder if this is like a disease process that's manifesting itself in the bone. And so with this first spine, we're not really seeing this as a whole new human because we don't believe that anything other than us exists because we're all 5,000 years old and God made us. So, oh, fuck it. I didn't want to run outside because my stuff that I really need is outside. So I was like trying to see what else I had that might possibly work. But I left my chapstick in my car. So it's not until we start to find a few more of these in the fossil record that we really start to see, oh wow, this is something different. This is not us. And originally we think that this is who we descend from. Originally we think that this is our ancestor. And as we're looking at this and we're discovering more of them, we discover Homo erectus as well. And so then we start to see, oh shit, there's other species of humans. And in that understanding that there are other species of humans, we start a theory of evolution. Now, our early depictions of Neanderthals are as racist as they come. I'm going to be extremely honest. Again, as I was talking about, we're talking about a timeline where racism and the need to double down on an excuse or a justification for committing genocide is really the major thing in play here within science. Really, you're seeing people who are looking for any form of confirmation bias that they are the top dog, that they're better than everybody else around them, so that they can kill people around them and not feel bad about it, right? And so you see Neanderthals depicted first as being very hunched, like ape-like in their stature. And you also see them depicted with dark skin, which we now know is not what happened because we know that Neanderthal species-eating outside of Africa species-eated with a lighter tone of skin because they didn't need the dark skin for the African environment, right? Give me just a second, I apologize. I start talking and my lips start getting all weird. And I'm like, ugh. I don't typically talk for hours on end, right? So, as we're moving along, for the longest time, we think this is our only other species. And we see the species before them. We see Homo erectus. We start to see like different Homo erectus in different parts of the globe. So we start to see, okay, so maybe Homo erectus is where we came from when we lived aside Neanderthals. And as we're moving forward, we think of them as being these voiceless brutes. It's not until the last 5 years that we actually found a hyoid. And it's not until recently that we've actually started to understand how we can identify in the brain case different pattern or the ability to speak. So we portray them very racistly in the beginning in an effort to kind of double down on the racism in the time, right? We now know that all of those things are not correct. But our early visualizations of Neanderthals based on brutes is a very racist thing and is absolutely been debunked. Okay, now we see a group of people who has a lot of brilliance to them. We see food and fire. We see a wide complex of tools. We see clothing. We see decoration of face and body. We see using feathers and talons and different things to decorate your body. We see beads. We see we think that Neanderthals actually had writing now. Like a new find is like a bone in a Neanderthal cave that actually has what looks like symbols on it that are very deliberately carved in the bone. So it's possible that they had an early alphabet way before we had an alphabet, right? And we also see cave art within Neanderthals. So we also see this concept of something bigger, right? An artistic concept, right? And so we also see in the later end of the Neanderthal timeline evidence of burial. But the evidence isn't hard evidence, so we're still debating whether or not Neanderthals buried their dead. We do see medicine with Neanderthals. And what this is that we have the ability to test the plaque on dentition. And when we test that plaque, we can analyze it and get isotopes out of it and tell different herbs or foods that people ate. And with Neanderthals, we can see a presence of bitter herbs in the plaque that don't have a caloric value. So you're not going to just eat them to get calories, and you're not going to put them on your food and flavor your food with them because they're extremely bitter. Really, the only reason that you're going to use them is for the still known medical properties of them, that we can actually even see some correlation with processes in the body, the skeleton of the person that has that dentition that correlates with that. So we do see early medicine. We also see medical care within Neanderthals. We see our two oldest finds, as in how long they lived, are Shanidar 1, which is who Krebs from Jean M. All's Earth Children series, Clan of the Cave Bear, is modeled from, and La Chapelle 1. Shanidar 1, everything that you think of as Krebs, if you've seen Clan of the Cave Bear, is Krebs. You're looking at somebody who has a withered arm and a withered leg, is blind, at least partially blind and partially deaf, right? And you're seeing somebody that lived for an extended period of time with all of these abnormalities. Because what you're seeing is bone remodeling and different things like that, where you're seeing that being alive allows for a healing process within the body. So we know that he lived for a long time after all of these injuries, right? The other thing that we see, La Chapelle is missing part of an arm. It doesn't look like it's a surgical missing, like there's no evidence of cut, but they are missing and they healed from that. Like it's not a shriveled up arm, like it got wounded and they shriveled it up, but like it's missing and they had to have care through the healing of it. And so we see evidence of medicine within Neanderthals. And we've gone into how we can tell genetic diversity within groups. One thing that we really haven't gone into, though I did slightly touch on it, is the fact that a lack of genetic diversity in a species means that a species becomes extremely inbred, and a species will die out due to this. So we see with almost every species, well, with every species that I know of, that we see comes from Homo erectus, we see a lack of genetic diversity in their speciation, which is why we believe they died out. And we don't have that lack of genetic diversity that they have, and that is why many people believe we are still here. I also want to specify, and I kind of touched on this earlier, we're 300,000 years old. Neanderthal was 300,000 years old by the time we came along. So why are we here and the Neanderthals are dead? That's like if a species develops tomorrow and in 300,000 years we're gone and they're still here. Why are they still here? Well, we lived our life, right? We were here for 300,000 years. They were here for 300,000 years before we came about, right? And so they are actually still a longer lived species than we are. But what we're seeing is that by the end of their species, they were inbreeding a lot. And this inbreeding leads to a lack of genetic diversity. They already had a lack of genetic diversity. It just keeps narrowing down, right? And we see that they really bred with Homo sapiens and Homo denisovian to kind of combat that, right? To kind of, like if you look at within Homo sapiens, when we see inbreeding, we see it like within royal families a lot, right? And, or look at Iceland, not that Iceland inbreeds, but look at Iceland. Iceland has a low genetic diversity because of its population. So it welcomes genetic diversity from outside so that it can increase its genetic diversity. So we're looking at something that has such a low genetic diversity that any new genes are only going to move the species forward. So anytime you find new genes, you're mixing it in so that you can go forward as a species, right? So that you can continue because you know that you're dying out. Oh, that's probably true. Okay, that might be what I was seeing. Because I was seeing something about the Y and I was really weirded out by it because I couldn't understand what it was. But so you see that they're really dying out. And that actually, so if we look at, if you're breeding Neanderthal to Homo sapien, we see within us, I think, that the surviving of this species were Homo sapien mother and a Neanderthal father. Within Neanderthals, if you start to see more Homo sapien Y DNA with them and their Y DNA, yeah, that would, sorry, distracted. Anyway, so we absolutely see that lack of genetic diversity is why they die out as a species over anything else. Yeah, so sapien would have replaced it, would be my guess, but I'm not sure. I'll look into it a little bit more. after Neanderthal, we keep Neanderthal for about, as our only other known species, for about 150 years. We see our first other species that we know lived beside us, not who we came from like Erectus, in 2003 when we find Homo florensis. Homo florensis gives us this vast knowledge of just the ability of Erectus to make it around the globe, because, as I was mentioning earlier, we see that Homo florensis is in an island in the middle of the Wallace Trench, and the Wallace Trench has never been above sea level, so any islands in there have always been islands. It's in between the bottom of Southeast Asia and the top of Australia, and there's a bunch of islands in that area as well, but this Wallace Trench is never above sea level, so Flores Island is really directly in the middle of it. So to get to it, they had to have crossed water, and this just sparks for us, like we didn't know that. We also see with this species, we find 50 of them in a cave, and we find pygmy elephant bones with them, and we find that this species is no more than 3'5", and they have large feet. So we nickname Homo florensis the Hobbit species, getting this from Lord of the Rings, who actually, I think, comes out with their first movie in like 2002, 2003. So we're absolutely seeing that we get this from the name, this nickname from Lord of the Rings, but we see a species that really correlates with our idea of a hobbit, right? And what this is something we call island giganticism and island dwarfism. And I'm going to bring up island giganticism again later, but I'm going to talk about island dwarfism now. Island dwarfism is that both of these are how you adjust in an isolated place, usually in an island. Tamara, I think I know the article you're talking about. I just need to go read it a little bit more. So within this isolated, when you're isolated, it's usually on an island that you can't get off of, right? But you could be in the center of a bunch of mountains in a valley and there's no passes, right? You can, like the Bhaskar, right? Like, so you can have different ways to isolate within this. We just generally think of it as an island thing. It can also be an entire continent. And that entire continent is isolated from the rest of the world, right? But in island dwarfism, when you are in a small space with a small amount of food and a small amount of predators, you shrink to adapt to the space around you. And so we absolutely see this with Homo florensis. And not only that, but we see it with the pygmy elephants that they hunted, right? The pygmy elephants also do island dwarfism and shrink down. So after florensis, we're like, wow, there's more than one other species. What else is out there? But it's not until we get to about 2010 that we really see this next species come across. So to get to this next species, though, we have to make this advancement. White science, white European science, really being as narrow as it is, it's only when we start to see indigenous people and black voices, indigenous and black voices coming in, voices from other cultures coming in, that we start to see great leaps. Though the person that invents this is absolutely European, it is these understandings that give us this leaps forward, and this is why meetings of different cultures is really important for any leap forward. But when we see, what we see is, we see the advent of DNA. So we start trying to test skeletons, but what we do is, first of all, so your DNA is a replicating process as long as you're alive. You replicate your entire cellular structure every 7 years. Every time a cell replicates, it replicates the DNA. As long as you're alive and breathing, your DNA is replicating. But once you die, it enters into something we call half-life. Half-life is something that's attributed to anything across the globe. All chemicals, wood, plastic, all of it has a half-life. And what a half-life is a measurement of the rate of decay. And what it means is, how long does it take for this substance to degrade by half? And so again, I'm going to use small numbers to explain this just because it's easiest. If you have 100 strands of DNA and your half-life is a day, that means every day you lose half. So you start your day with 100, and the end of that day, during the day you lose 50, at the end of the day you have 50. You start the next day with 50, and you lose half, 25, and you end the next day with 25, having lost half. The next day you start with 25, you lose half, or 12.5, and you end the day with 12.5. And this is how half-life works. With DNA, the half-life will be better or increase in areas, thank you everybody who subscribed today, in areas where it is extremely cold and extremely dry. We've recently got our oldest DNA from a mastodon in a glacier in Siberia. It's 1 million years old, right? And they actually, I believe, got like a whole genome, like they're talking about like cloning it. In an environment that's extremely cold and dry, your DNA will last longer, or your half-life will be longer. And in an environment where you're fully submerged, we see this as bog bodies. Thank you for your first gift. I love first gifts. Thank you. I appreciate it. I remember my first gift. Anyway, so, or bog bodies, like fully submerged. This can either be in a bog or like I showed you guys Sahelanthropus tadici, which is our current oldest hominin at 7 million years old. This is when... Oh, the only words that are showing up are the followed the host. What it is I turned off subscriber or to subscriber only. It doesn't show any more information for anybody who wants to know. It doesn't show any more information. What I see is followed host, followed host, followed host. Unless one of my commenters or one of my subscribers are commenting. Can you not see any words follow on my screen at all if it's sub only? I'm sorry. That's... I was using the sub only because then I can scroll back and make sure I'm not missing any questions because it keeps the scroll on, not the scroll on, but the chats on. Okay. Oh, that's why. And I'm sorry, Dacho. I will, for anybody who doesn't know, you should not have to subscribe to me to answer questions. I will turn the questions back on. I will turn the ability to comment back on. It's just very difficult in here for me and for other people if it becomes too heavy in the comment section. And so I'm turning them off so that I can stay focused and so everybody else has the ability to stay focused as well. But I will always give the opportunity to ask questions, to, have that interaction and that understanding a little bit deeper. I'm going to go through the other species and then I'm going to open it up again and then we'll go into something else. Okay, cool. But I'm turning off the majority of the comments for now, just because by turning off the majority of the comments, it's easier for me to focus and it keeps a safe environment for everybody else. And I'm sorry. I don't feel that people should have to subscribe to me. I'm only doing the subscriber only chat so that I can scroll back through, not to give other people the ability to comment where you don't have comment, because education should be free, and that includes questioning. So I will open it back up so you can. I just am trying to stay focused and it makes it easier for me, as you can see, because there I just went sideways. Oh, that might be it. That might be it. Okay, so when we see Homo florensis, we absolutely see this as our next species. We go into the knowledge of DNA, and then we go into how DNA is working, right? We've gone over the degradation. What we see with ancient DNA is, first of all, to do any DNA testing that's not in a live body, what you have to do is destroy whatever it is you're testing. So say you have a bone. To do it, you have to grind that bone up. And then you mix a solution with it and you kind of spin it. I don't do DNA, so I'm just giving you a rough understanding that I kind of understand. You gotta spin it out. It gives you those pieces of DNA within it. And when you get those pieces of DNA in you might only get like a couple of strands, right? And then to test a strand of DNA, you have to destroy it. And it takes more than a couple of strands to even run a test. So you can't run more than one test on the same strands of DNA. So this becomes very problematic because in ancient DNA, and by ancient we mean anything dead, literally, you can be 100 years in the ground and it is considered ancient DNA, okay? So with ancient DNA, we're not getting the ability to test the DNA until we have this invention called polymerase chain reaction, PCR. You probably just saw the Nobel Prize winners coming across, and one of them was a Nobel Prize winner for this great advancement in DNA and medicine. And this is the person who invented polymerase chain reaction, and it is polymerase chain reaction that is what he just won the Nobel Prize for. So polymerase chain reaction takes those chunks of DNA and replicates it millions of times. So now those 5 chunks that you have turn into 5 million, and you can start testing. When we get this advancement about 20 years ago, we start testing everything. Recently, we have found out that pretty much all the great warrior graves that we know of are actually, yes, Gadafal. I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but yeah, Pavo. So we see this where all of these great warrior graves that we have thought the entire time are male, we're DNA testing and finding are female. Half the Neanderthals that we thought were male are female. I can never remember if it's La Chapelle 1 or Shanidar 1. So if it's Krebs or the other old man that is actually female, Krebs might be a woman. But we see the ability to start testing everything, and we start to see that some of the things that we thought were real weren't real. We also see that we find Neanderthal DNA within us. Now, this also gives us this idea of what other DNA looks like in our body, right? In all of this, we decide to start testing all of these different Neanderthal bones that we have in this cave in Russia called Denisova. And we take a finger bone, a phalange, the tip of a little finger, and we grind it up, we test it, and we find an entirely new species. And that entirely new species is Denisovian. So Homo denisovian, we don't have a full skull or skeleton of yet. What we have is about 6 different pieces, fragments, fossils, right? Pieces of bone. We have a base of a skull, so we can actually see by the base of the skull the imprint that they did have language. We have, a couple finger bones, I think maybe a thigh bone, and a mandible, right? And so we actually see that they don't have that gap that Neanderthal does, and Erectus does that we don't have either, right? So Denisovian also doesn't have that gap. We also get a full genomic spectrum of Denisovian. So now we can compare this to what's in our body, and we see Denisovian in our body. So we know that we also bred with Denisovian, just like we bred with Neanderthal. After Denisovian, the next one that we find is really kind of this miraculous thing. We find Homo naledi. Naledi is in the Rising Star Cave system in Africa. And the Rising Star Cave system is a geological site. And so there's geologists. And one of the geologists who found Homo naledi was in our live a while ago. That one is posted to YouTube, so you can listen to him talking about how they found naledi and some really curious things about naledi, which I'm going to go over some of them. So what we see when we find naledi is, first of all, these geologists are looking in this cave and they see a crack in the wall, and so they have to crawl through this crack. It's extremely small and extremely narrow. 2 of them can go. The one who was in here was too big, couldn't go. I know when I learned about Homo naledi, it was because my teacher, Dr. Melanie Chain, who taught paleoanthropology in Neanderthal, she's one of the foremost paleoanthropologists around the globe. She was invited to this dig because she's Asian and she's very small. But she just had a baby and she was teaching, so she didn't go. But she told us all about it. And there is this 21 long shaft that you have to be very small bodied to get through. Goes into a cavern, up another shaft into another cavern. Both of these shafts being very narrow. At the base of the second shaft, you find bones, and it looks like they're kind of pushed through the shaft. This represents an entirely new species for us, these bones do. And they represent a species that is unlike really any other species of Homo that we've ever found, in the fact that it goes 3 different ways. So I touched a little bit earlier that evolution isn't linear, right? Now, anybody who's ever studied biology or evolutionary biology and anything else already knew this, right? But Homo naledi gives us this very beautiful example of this. Evolution not being linear means that, sometimes we have mutations that don't move us forward. They move us backwards, or they keep us all the same. And sometimes we have, mutations that move us forward. But it also goes like a web. It goes sideways, it goes forward, it goes backwards. It's not linear, and there's no pinnacle. We're not at some top or some pinnacle, right? And so when we look at Homo naledi, we get our clearest Homo example of this. Homo naledi is a short species, and their upper body from their L spine up looks Australopithecine. Lucy is an Australopithecus, that 3'5", I think she's 3'5". For a while, she was our oldest hominin. She's no longer our oldest hominin. We've predated her by like 3 million years, or 4 million years. But we see that the upper body is Australopithecine. So it's taken, we know, okay, so first let me give a timeline. I forgot. When we're looking at this, what we're looking at is a find of species who our current knowledge is lived from about 250, 300,000 years ago to about 150,000 years ago, right? Some of the stuff is saying 200,000 years ago. That's the major that I've heard. I have seen like one article dated at 300,000 years ago. So, and this can fluctuate. Dating really is flexible for a lot of different finds, and that's why. So, I go with like maybe 250,000 years. Even at 300,000 years, we're looking at the same time we come onto the scale in the same area that we come on the scale, from the same species that we come on the scale. So what we're seeing is a species that you would think would develop like Homo erectus or like us, because they're coming from Homo erectus. And instead, this L spine up takes a step backwards a couple million years to Ardipithecus. All right, Australopithecus. After we see that with the upper body, we also see that the brain, the case of the brain is small, like Australopithecus, but we see this difference. So as asked earlier, when we see that advancement in brain development for modern Homo sapiens as opposed to earlier Homo sapiens. So Neanderthal and early Homo sapiens, brain size is big, right? But the brain structure is the difference. When we see early Homo species, this is going to be my spine, and this is going to be the front of my head, okay, my forehead, okay? This is what we see in the skull. We see this kind of oval side view shape of the skull, okay? With us, as we get to about 40 to 30,000 years ago, we start to see this change into this. So it is thought that this structure, this lobular structure, is the change that allows us to advance further. What is going on in our brain that kind of sets us apart? We think that that's this shape as opposed to this shape, and the way that this shape becomes almost a globular shape and it divides into lobes, okay? We see that same brain shape in Homo naledi. We do not see it in Homo sapien at the time. So Homo naledi's brain is way more advanced than our brain at the time that they develop alongside us. But their upper body is kind of this step in what we think of as backwards. Now, what this is that the upper body is still arboreal. They're able to swing from the trees. The shoulder girdle gives them the ability to swing through the trees. And then the phalanges in humans, Homo sapien, is straight like this. Your finger bones are straight, okay? But when you look at Ardipithecus, Australopithecus, and Ardipithecus, and Homo naledi, what you see is that the phalanges curve like this. And this is the ability to be able to actually grab the trees better. I'm watching, Daco. All I saw was Pan. But you know me, I'm more than willing to answer. Are you asking about a common ancestor? I do see that, but nothing deeper. Please ask again and I'll definitely answer. So we see that step forward, further forward than we are at the time. And then the other thing that we see is in the L spine down, they stay the same. They look just like any other Homo erectus or any other Homo sapien at the time. This is that expedient bipedalism that allows Homo erectus to get across the globe and allows Homo sapien to get across the globe. You must have put something in. Anything that says lies or God or like Jesus, most of it's getting canceled. No, I'm not seeing it. It must be one of the words, and I'm not sure what word it would be, and I know you, so I'm sure that it's not like you're trying to say something shitty. No, that doesn't help it. Let me look. Okay, so actually I could probably take off a couple of these. I had so many people coming in telling me that I aroused them, and it was really nasty for a minute. So I had to put that into. I'm not sure what it is. You're independent. It should be fine. I don't know. It shouldn't have anything to do with the sub only either, but let me go ahead and ask. Let me turn that part off. Go ahead and ask, and we'll see if that's it. It's not ability either. I don't know. but I've turned off the sub only, so you should be able to ask if it has anything to do with the sub only part of it. Hi, everybody. I'm going to go more into everything too. I just want to see what Daco's question is, just because, as I said, I'm so easily distracted. So what we see with Naladi is this multiple direction evolution, basically, right? Which really doubles down on the knowledge that we're not a pinnacle, and that there is no, the evolution isn't linear. Like, there's no pinnacle, there's no end, right? So what we're seeing with, yeah, it's not coming through at all, Daco. It really isn't. It's got to be one of the words in it, and I don't know what it is. Okay, so you are a moderator, I believe, Daco. You should be able to go in and see the moderated word list, or the list that I have in there. Why am I not following you? You're not a moderator. I thought you were already a moderator, which I don't think I can even add just because. Okay, so the ability to tan. I'm not sure what that's blocking. That's weird. So the ability to tan. There's a recent study that I saw like a couple months ago that talks about like that we originally developed this kind of layer over our skin, and it uses a different word, but I can't remember the word. This kind of layer of cells over our skin early on, so we don't need like sunscreen and stuff like that. Did genus Pan have the ability to tan? Not that I know of. But we break from genus Pan way before we get to loss of hair. So the loss of hair is probably going to be when we start having that ability to adapt the melanin in our skin. The cubic centimeter of the brain is not considered the best gauge of intelligence, though it does have some. This is my job. I don't really work. I mean, first of all, I have issues with the work system. I have issues with the exploitation within our current system. Also, I am a disabled war vet, and so I am blessed enough to have some disability. And so I use that to just kind of live off of. And also, I grew up with a dirt floor in a tent, in a teepee. And so I've always lived my life very nose to the ground anyways, like very bare base anyways. And so I just continue to live bare base and do things that I enjoy. And thank you for your support. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and turn them off. Well, it's fine. So any of my mods, if it gets really bad, please pin a comment that it's bad and I'll turn it back off. I'm just going to go ahead and kind of, I'm actually going to put something, oh no, that's not going to help because then I can't see it. Yeah, we were on Naladi, and so that's fine. The name of Homo erectus is erect because they're the first upright, but that's not why. So Homo habilis is still that upright body. But Homo habilis, the species before erectus, their lungs are larger, so their legs are shorter, so they're still a little bit more ape-like. Whereas Homo erectus, their body is just like us from the neck down, right? Their skull morphology is going to be a little bit different than us, but their body is going to be the same. In summary, what we're talking about currently is the different species that have come from Homo erectus. We talked about the amazing things that Homo erectus has: food, fire, tools, clothing, the ability to cross water, and language. We debunked race theory and talked about how race theory was debunked, and race does not exist. Culture does, and racism does, but race does not exist. Currently, we're into the different species. The ones that we have currently talked about are the different species from Homo erectus, and the ones that we have talked about are Neanderthal, Florensis, and Denisovian. We are just kind of finishing up on Naladi. Naladi really shows us that evolutionary isn't linear. That evolution, because Naladi in themselves carry 3 different evolutionary stages. They have a brain more advanced than ours at the time. They have a body from like the C-spine to the, well, even their skull size is all Australopithecine, so it kind of steps it back. And then their lower body is all Homo erectus and forward. So they have like 3 different stages of evolution even within them. And so that kind of shows us another evidence that evolution isn't linear. I kind of do. No, white people are not more evolutionary advanced than black people. Race doesn't exist. There's no difference in genetics, genetic diversity. We don't see a difference in genetics between populations like we do within populations. You're going to be more genetically diverse from somebody in the population that you've always been in than you are going to be from somebody in a different population. So how we can tell that something is a different species than us is that any breedings with them aren't actually commonly fertile. So if we're looking at equines, you see with equines that you have a donkey and a horse. They both have a common equine ancestor. They're able to breed, but we know that they're 2 different species because the offspring of their breeding is either not viable, or if it is viable, doesn't have fertility except for like 1 in every 100 or 1,000, right? And so that tells us that we're looking at 2 different species of equine, right? When you cannot breed and commonly have fertile, viable offspring. So that's why we know that we're all one species, is because we can all breed and have fertile, viable offspring, right? And so we are absolutely all one species. But what different species show us is that, or what we see with the different species is you have to have a close common ancestor to even breed. But we see that you're 2 different species when you're unable to breed with regular viability or fertility. The difference between things like hair color or hair texture and skin color come from equatorial and regional differences. And the advancement is that we can adapt those things. It takes about 100 generations for us to adapt something. The evolutionary advantage, the great thing is the adaptation, not the different skin tones. Because of the fact that, so if you take really light skin and you take it into Africa and you remove all of the structures that we have to protect us today, that's going to kill me. I'm going to burn a lot. It's going to be pretty bad. I don't even really burn. I'm still going to burn a lot. It's going to be pretty bad, right? Whereas if you take really dark skin with none of the adaptations that we have now to, give vitamin D and things like that into an area with no sun, you're going to see that they don't have the ability to retain that. There's no genetic difference there's no IQ difference depending on which different area of the world you live on. Anything like that, that's all race theory. Race theory, again, is debunked. My field creates race theory. My field debunks race theory. And since we created it, we get to debunk it. And you have to decide that it's true. Period. We created the idea, and we tell you the idea is wrong. Can I be more honest? I mean, I don't know if I can be more honest because I think I'm pretty... Oh, okay. Yeah, I can go over it again. If that's what you're asking. So, the theory of race is something that we don't really see. Really close. Let me get really quick into 2 other things just so that I make sure I'm within the same thing here. So the other 2 species that we see that lived alongside us are Longi and Lizones. We only have a skull of Longi. We're DNA testing to see if actually Longi is Denisovian because we don't have a skull of Denisovian. Longi and Lizonsis are something that we have found within the last couple of years, so we're still learning a lot about them. Lizonsis is in an island in the Philippines. I think I just got laggy for a second. Lizonsis is in an island not in the Philippines, and so it's below the Wallace Trench. So it's another space that we know Erectus has to cross the water to get to. And Lizonsis actually speciates as a dwarf species. Again, that's that island dwarfism versus island giganticism. If you're in a small space with a small amount of food and a small amount of predators, you're going to shrink. And so we absolutely see that island dwarfism. I want to get into a little bit about how we're able to trace these different species in our own DNA, but let me go ahead and go with that question really quick because it's absolutely imperative. And it actually goes into all of this as well. So, So different species, if they have a common ancestor, they can mate, but the offspring are usually either inviable or infertile. And we're going to go into that one really quick. I have to turn this off though. I'm so sorry, guys. I will turn it back on. It is very distracting for me, as anybody who's been in for a hot minute will tell. And I'm just going to turn them all off so it doesn't feel like it's an unfair advantage for some people over others, because that's also not what we're doing here, right? So I will turn them back on, I promise. You can ask questions again in a second, but otherwise I'm going to get sidetracked. When we look at race, this is an important thing that we need to look at, and so I'm willing to tell it every single time over and over again. I could spend a whole life talking about it. First, though, I'm going to get into something that we haven't really touched on in this slide yet. The idea that we need to other people or need to be violent to other people is an extremely late process. We are 300,000 years old as a species. Our first evidence of violence against other people is 10,000 years ago. That means 8,000 BCE. So our first evidences anywhere of violence against other people isn't until 10,000. We do see one evidence prior to this at about 20 to 30,000 in a Homo sapien, where we see a spear point embedded in the thigh. But this can mean a few different things. This could mean a hunting accident. This could mean I'm flint napping and it gets stuck in my thigh. You know, this can mean a few things. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're seeing actual violence on somebody else. Yesterday, something was brought up about a 10,000-year-old find in Kenya, and it's an early massacre. They were talking about hunter-gatherers. We define everything that we don't see Stone City evidence of as hunter-gatherer. And it was mentioned earlier, did we all live in caves? No. I don't even think Erectus lived in caves as much as we like to think they did. I don't believe Neanderthal did. I don't believe we did. Knowing hunter-gatherers, knowing animistic life ways, and knowing the environments, I think that we probably built some form of shelter outside of those caves. We're migrating. It's not like we're going to find a cave somewhere every single time, right? But you're never going to see those in the fossil record because they biodegrade fast. We don't even see clothing in the fossil record with Erectus. We just see the presence of body lice. And that tells us, right? So, and only because of the length of time that we know they had to have had clothing for body lice to develop. We don't see anything that's biodegradable in the fossil record, really. We see bones, but only in pristine conditions, and only like we don't have DNA from the bones, right? Because fossil record, because we're looking at stuff that degrades. So when we're talking about this 10,000-year-old find of hunter-gatherers, there's no evidence to me, like they don't have anything that says, oh, this is why we know they were hunter-gatherers. We assume they're hunter-gatherers because we think that everybody is hunter-gatherers at this time. Most evidence these days is pointing to the fact that many people had stone cities. Like we have a 12,000-year-old recent tepe find that predates Göbekli Tepe and pushes back our first like stone worship centers, right? And so the idea that these are just hunter-gatherers, I'm not sure. I don't know why they've decided they're hunter-gatherers other than their preconceived notion. So we don't see violence starting until this time period. We see another evidence of war in Saqqara, ancient Kemet or Egypt, at about 9,000 years ago, 21 points and 2 bodies buried together. And then we start to see the evidence of stratification of societies really working into play, and othering start to come about. And so for me, all of these things are coming about due to othering. We're seeing, even if this is a hunter-gatherer group, it's another group coming in and trying to take their resources, right? We're not seeing a decision to come into areas and take another group's resources until we start to see some very specific things. We start to see a stratification of society. We start to see an abundance of food due to Western agricultural practices, and that abundance of food being hoarded. And when we start to see that, we also at the same time start to see this advent of what we call God kings. These are kings who are part deity. And we talk in here about how I can really trace the advent and the rise of narcissism to this. We can talk about it another time, but we're trying to get somewhere else, so we're not going to talk about it now. But what we start to see is, so that I can continue to abuse you and exploit you, and there's just one of me and there's 100 of you, I'm going to scare you and tell you that I'm not the problem, somebody else is the problem, so that you don't overthrow me and you continue to be exploitable. So what I do is I have an army, and I tell you that you need to feed my army so that my army can protect you from the barbarians in the hills. We're civilized, we're in a city, okay? This is where we start to see that start of stratification. This is where we start to see that start of othering. This othering translates down through the course of several millennia. We see that this othering translates down first as we're in the city and we're superior to those in the hills. We must protect against those in the hills. And then we see it translate into we're a city nation and our city nation is better than this other city nation. And then we start to see it translate down into larger, or into religion. I'm a Christian and you're a Muslim, and so as a Christian, I'm God's chosen, and you're not God's chosen as a Muslim, either though neither are God's chosen, the Jews are God's chosen. You start to see this, and then killing the Jews who are actually God's chosen, but you start to see this translating down from hills versus cities, to different nation states, to different religions, to race. And when you start see this translating down into race is only after Turtle Island is landed on by Columbus. And the reason that you start to see this start translating into race, when you see Turtle Island when you see Columbus landing on the Taino people, the reason that you start to see this translate is because before this, Africans are extremely advanced, and we know this. Like, Europeans at this time don't have science and they don't have medicine. In fact, these things are illegal. They'll get you killed. They're against God, right? And so we don't have these things in Europe. And you'll see Europeans actually leaving Europe and going to Islamic countries to learn these things. And the vast majority of Africa at this time is Islamic. And Islamic is an extremely advanced thought process. It's an extremely scientific religion. There's a lot of advance to it. Midas, King Midas, is Mansa Musa, and Mansa Musa is a 1300s, so 14th century, right? Yeah, so 14th century, never can remember my centuries versus my hundreds. So 14th century king in Africa, and he's a Muslim king, and they document legitimately every part of Mansa Musa's reign because Islam documents everything, right? And so they document every part of Mansa Musa's reign. There's a lot of science. Mansa Musa makes it all over Africa. He converts half of Africa, and he actually makes it to Mecca. So you see that we have an extremely advanced set of nation states in Africa compared to what's in Europe. And then you get to Turtle Island. And the Europeans knew this about Africa. They had intermixed with Africa the entire time. I was talking earlier, there's a recent find of a girl who's about 11 years old in a cemetery in Updown in Britain who is 33% Nairobian and 76% Central Northern European, right? And she's buried with all the accoutrements. It's not like she's a lesser class of society. She's buried next to her maternal aunts, who are Central Northern European. And so we definitely see this mix of cultures really early on. We also know that as we look at the mitochondrial DNA translations and migrations versus the translations and migrations of cultures, that we're not seeing people migrating into new areas and taking over areas and replacing culture. What we're seeing is a handful of people taking their culture in and then mixing with the culture that's already there and making this step into another direction. And we know things like this from like the Bell Beakers. The Bell Beakers are 3 separate populations across North Europe, South Europe, and one in Britain. And of these 3 separate populations, none of them have the same genetics, but they have the same culture. So we're actually seeing that people are moving around quite a bit more than we think currently, okay? And so when you see Europeans getting to Turtle Island, you're seeing a group of people who know that there's these other things out there, who know that Africans are more advanced, who know that, and they don't consider it more advanced, they consider it sin, just so you know. Like, they consider it sinful to be practicing medicine and science. That's against God, right? Also, you know, we're already othering based on religion at this point, so Muslims are bad, Christians are good in their eyes. But when we see this landing on Turtle Island, what we find is there's 100 years between Columbus decimating the Taino people from 10 million to 10,000 in 2 years and causing that entire set of islands to run red with blood, and the landing of the Pilgrims in Plymouth Rock. There's our Mayflower in Plymouth Rock. There's 100 years. And in this 100 years, we see raid after raid after raid on the east coast of Turtle Island. And these raids are stealing children. They are selling them as sex slaves back in Europe. This is where Squanto learns English. He's stolen as a child, right? They're also trying to get the Turtle Islanders to work the land, but it's Turtle Islanders' land, so they know how to disappear. And so what they're finding is an advanced ecology that they just don't grasp. From north to south, coast to coast, Turtle Island, both northern Turtle Island and southern Island, are documented by all Europeans as being a tended garden. They fed 80 million people without starvation in North America. Okay, because you're looking at communities that actually are taking care of your orphans because they're valuable to the community. They're going to be your future warriors, and actually taking care of your elders because they're valuable to the community, whether they're just keeping the fire or tending the children. It doesn't matter. They're still valuable for their wisdom, right? So you don't see this level of starvation. In Europe at the time, you see a group of people who are throwing their feces and urine out the window onto the heads of people in the street, which is then running through the streets. It's extremely filthy. Everybody's extremely diseased. Everybody, there's no medicine whatsoever. Practicing medicine of any kind is going to get you killed. You have no health. I mean, it's just all the bodies we see at the time are just extremely diseased. Everything we're pulling out of the ground at the time is extremely diseased, right? So you see a not civilization find an actual civilization and decide that it needs to excuse their atrocities. So in the beginning, you see that Turtle Islanders don't make great slaves because they can get the fuck away because it's their home. So they start transporting people from Africa. Now, it's important to understand that, yes, slavery exists globally pre-chattel slavery. Slavery globally pre-chattel slavery is almost a form of indentured servitude. What you're seeing is that after a war, you're getting captives taken, but captives typically earn their way free over the course of time, and their children are never born slaves. And so when the Africans are selling slaves to the Europeans, they're selling people that they think are going to come home eventually. The Europeans decide to make slavery legal based on origin in the United States, right? And then when they decide to make slavery legal, they also, right around the same time, start learning science again. And they appropriate a few things from indigenous people, like in both indigenous Africans and indigenous Turtle Islanders. Okay, they appropriate the idea of herbology, use of herbs and medicines. But everything else, they kind of take a step backwards into Greek medicine, which was really atrocious on a lot of levels. And we still practice a lot of it today, and that's a lot of our problems. But they do this with science as well. And so all of their science really comes from Greece. Now at this time, you see that this group of people is murdering and genociding and killing babies and disfiguring and murdering and assaulting women and stealing children and level after level of atrocity. Well, you need to justify this. Jesus said, love everybody. And now you're killing everybody. So you have to justify it. And originally it's justified as bringing them to religion, but now that we've brought them to religion, how do you continue to justify it? And so the theory of race starts getting developed at the same time the theory of evolution gets developed. And again, the theory of evolution doesn't come about until we see Neanderthals starting to come out of the ground. And then we're like, what the fuck? Okay, so obviously we're older than 5,000 years old and there's other species. But what you see is a bunch of old Europeans trying to justify the horror and the atrocities that they're committing. And in this justification, they decide to deem that certain groups of people who are actually really advanced are less advanced and more primitive based on the color of their skin so that they can feel better about themselves since they are less advanced at this particular time. And what you see is they decide that skin color determines intelligence, level of pain, ability, ruggedness, everything, right? They've decided that the color of the skin really determines everything. And they do testing based on shades that they have documented, and they do testing based on tightness of curl of hair, and they do testing based on using calipers to measure distances. Now, your face features don't fucking really matter where you are on the globe. You can see the same face features everywhere. Everywhere will have instances of larger lips, thicker lips. Everywhere will have instances of thinner lips. Everywhere are going to have instances of flatter noses or more bulbous noses. Everywhere is going to have instances of broader noses or more narrow noses. You might see that certain groups have predominant genes that are, a little bit more likely. But even then, like say, we call Turtle Island Indigenous people one race. So we define Turtle Island Indigenous people as all one race, but if you're in the extreme northern latitude, the skin is very pale, and if you're along the equator, the skin is very dark, and you see the empathic fold in the northern latitudes, but you don't see it in the southern latitudes. You see curly hair can happen on Turtle Island. You do see a majority as 1A. You see that there can be different shades of eyes. Very famously, Sitting Bull had curly hair and gray eyes, right? You can see that there is this fluctuation. And another one, when you're looking at facial features, you can see that Indigenous Plains people have a tendency to have this kind of strong, as we view it, feature, like more rugged, straight noses and, stronger jaws and maybe kind of thicker lips, more knife-like, thicker lips, right? So you're going to see some of these changes in people in the plains, whereas in the Pacific Northwest, you're going to see more rounded faces, you're going to see thicker lips, you're going to see a flatter nose that's a little bit more bulbous a bit, and you're going to see an empathic fold depending on where you're going. So you can see that even though Indigenous Turtle Islanders, even though Indigenous Turtle Islanders are all one race, correct use of my quotations, that there is a vast number of differences in Indigenous Turtle Islanders. And you can see the same thing in Africa. Even though Africa is all one race, you can see vast differences. There are plenty of instances of straighter hair or lighter skin or thinner lips, right? But they're using these calipers and these measurement factors because they're all they've developed, and it works for them, and it uses their confirmation bias. But as we start getting new tools, as we start having more understanding, we develop DNA testing and genomic sequencing. And when we develop DNA testing and genomic sequencing, we can see that there is more difference within primary population genetically than there is between populations genetically. I'm going to go ahead and explain this one again. If you heard it earlier, it's just a double down. Again, I'm going to use small numbers. It makes it easy for me and easy for you. If, as a species, we have a total of 50 genes, and each person gets 25 of those genes, and you have a primary population that stays in Africa. The Khoisan people are the primary population that stays in Africa, in that space where we originate, and they have the highest genetic diversity. The Khoisan people staying in Africa, say in every 50 people, you get an entire genetic sequence. So the Khoisan, the 50 people of the Khoisan that stay in Africa, have that entire genomic sequence. As the other 50 are moving out of Africa, 10 go into Western Europe, and you see that the 10 that go into Western Europe carry genes 1 through 40 with them into Western Europe, okay? So genes 1 through 40 are in Western Europe, and genes 1 through 50 are in the Khoisan people in Africa. So me and my next door neighbor and the Khoisan people in Africa, I might have genes 1 through 25, and they might have genes 25 through 50. We only get 25 genes, and we have all the genetic diversity. So me having genes 1 through 25 and them having genes 25 through 50, I have no genetic similarity to them, but my genetic similarity is absolutely the same as somebody in Sweden who has genes 1 through 25 or even 10 through 40, right? So 15 through 40, 25 genes. Sorry, I had to my math right. So even then, you're going to see that we have more genetic similarities between populations than we do differences between populations. And this is where race theory gets debunked. This is, again, my field that creates it, my field that debunks it. We've scientifically proven it. Race does not exist. Culture exists. Ethnicity exists. The ability to change and adapt due to environment exists. But you can be black as night and have 2 black parents and have a white child. You can be white as can be and have 2 white parents and have a black child. A very famous case of this is Sandra Lang in South Africa. And you can actually watch a movie on her life, Sandra, S-A-N-D-R-A, Lang, L-A-N-G, and you can actually watch a movie on her life that talks about this very black child being born to 2 white South African parents during apartheid and how this affected them. I personally knew a woman in my early 20s, her ex-husband and her were both very white people, and their daughter was African looking, like black as black gets. And there's no African DNA several generations back on either side of the family. They did a DNA test on the father and the child to make sure it was his because he's like, bitch, you cheated. And it's absolutely both of their child, right? What this is what we call recessive genes. And I'm going to explain recessive genes to you just a little bit. And I'm going to use eyes. So as you can see, I have gray eyes. Gray eyes are not something that's really, I think, gray eyes are like less than 1% of the population. Gray eyes are not a dominant gene. Brown eyes is the dominant gene. Blue eyes, green eyes, and gray eyes are non-dominant genes. They're considered recessive genes. And what this means is that typically if you have a brown-eyed parent and a blue-eyed parent, the children are going to be brown-eyed because the dominant brown-eyed gene passes on to the children. But in my case, I have a brown-eyed mother and a blue-eyed father, which should give me brown eyes. But if you go back 2 generations on my mother's family tree and 2 generations on my father's family tree, you find an abundance of gray eyes on both sides. So when a brown-eyed person with the recessive gene for gray eyes meets a blue-eyed person with the recessive gene for gray eyes, you have 2 gray-eyed genes meeting, which makes gray eyes the dominant genes. In this case, you have a brown-eyed gene, a blue-eyed gene, and 2 gray-eyed genes. And so because you have 2 of those, they become the dominant gene. So you're going to see that as Homo sapiens, we really have most of the genes, right? Again, you know, as you're moving out, you might not take the full content with you, but you still are maintaining most of them. And some populations, like the Khoisan, have all of them. And if you're in a population that has all of them especially, it's really easy to come up with a recessive gene every once in a while and have 2 people with that recessive gene give that dominant gene, right? And so this is where you're seeing that you can absolutely get things like different eye colors, different skin colors, different hair textures everywhere. We talked earlier about how Homo neanderthal speciated with the look that they speciated with. And I meant to touch at the time on Homo sapien, but we got a little sidetracked. And so what I want to talk about is the differences in some speciation between Homo sapien and Homo neanderthalis and what this really represents for us. So again, the picture behind me is Homo erectus, and we believe that Homo erectus speciates with dark skin without having a genome of Homo erectus because of where they speciate. If you live in an area where it is always sunny out and there is no shade and it is beating down on you time after time after time, and you speciate with light skin and no fur covering your skin, you're not going to be viable. You're not going to pass on to the next generation because of the fact that you're speciating with a disadvantage. White skin is a disadvantage in Africa. Okay, so you're speciating with a disadvantage, and nobody speciates with a disadvantage. Speciation with a disadvantage means that you die as a species quick, right? If you're not having that advantage, you're not going to survive. So when Homo erectus speciates in Africa, they absolutely are going to speciate with an advantage, and that advantage is going to be dark skin. Now, we currently know that we're kind of really the direct evolution of Homo erectus. Like we were talking about earlier, if Homo erectus has all the genetic diversity, but they're one nation with several different tribes and groups that are meeting together regularly to spread that evolution, and that's how Homo sapien develops, then what you're looking at is an evolutionary move forward, like we're just Homo erectus evolving into something else, basically. I mean, that's how I would view it. You might have different people view it different ways, but that's how it works out in my head, right? So with that, we're seeing that we take the advantages that Homo erectus has. Now, one of these advantages is not just the dark skin, but the ability to adapt their skin tone, the ability to adapt the melanin in their skin to the environment that they're in. So when we see them leave Africa and take just a few of the genes with them, maybe they take genes 1 through 40 again, and they speciate into Neanderthal, you're seeing them speciate into an environment with low sun, and so they speciate light skin and light eyes, and again short and stocky to keep them warm, and with the noses to keep them warm, with the sinuses behind them to keep them warm. What we see with the opposite down in Africa is that as we advance from Homo erectus and speciate into Homo sapien, what we are seeing is this dark skin staying, because again, we're in Africa, that's the way to go, otherwise you're going to die. We also see the speciation with dark eyes, and again, when we have low light environments, light eyes are good because they see better in low light. But if you're in a high sun area, light eyes are a disadvantage because you're going to get headaches, because you're going to squint, because you can't see. They're not meant for the sun. And you also see, and this is a very recent study done by a black anthropologist who also has worked with hair frequently, and the study done shows that the speciation of Homo sapien comes with 4C hair. 4C hair is a genetic advantage in an area that doesn't have any shade and has a lot of sun. And this is how that's explained. So when you look at 4C hair naturally creates what we call an afro today, right? It creates this shade over the scalp, right? Because if you look at 1A hair, you can see my scalp through 1A hair. So it creates this dense shade, almost like a hat or an umbrella, over the scalp. And while it's creating that, it creates this lattice work that encourages airflow. And this lattice work that encourages airflow means that air is constantly moving across the scalp. And that constant movement of air across the scalp prevents our brains from boiling, right? So we have this shade and then this constant airflow, and that gives us the ability to speciate in an extremely hot, extremely sun-heavy environment without boiling our fucking brains. Just like Neanderthals having that large nose and that large sinus capacity gives them the ability to speciate with the ability to warm the air, the 4C hair gives us the ability to cool the air. And these are very, very much adaptations to different environments, right? These are very, very much speciating in an adaptation to the environment that you are in so that you are perfect for that environment. Now, the genetic advantage that Homo erectus has is the ability to speciate into 2 different skin tones because of the melanin content and adaptation. It is not those skin tones that is the advantage, because neither of those skin tones is a global advantage. Those skin tones are isolated area advantages, right? And so we get that same ability, okay? And that same ability is what we take with us when we leave Africa. We do know that we mix with Neanderthals. We do know that they have the speciation for the light skin. So it is very likely that that mix gives us, hey Sleepy, gives us that kind of like a spark, like it takes it from a recessive gene within us into a dominant gene, or it gives light skin as a less recessive gene. But we would have already had the genetic capacity from Erectus because they got it from Erectus too, right? So what we see is that we mixed with Neanderthals for about 100,000 years in the Levant. We don't make it outside of Africa really until about, well, Indigenous Australians have been there for 65,000 years. They're the oldest outside of Africa group that we have. We trace that through their mitochondrial DNA, and we can generation their mitochondrial DNA. And it's 60 to 70, sometimes it's stated as 65, but it's for a while. Everything else is only 50,000 years out of Africa. Okay, everything else comes from a single ancestor group 50,000 years out of Africa. So when you see Homo sapien originally starting to migrate out of Africa, what you see is they go up in the Levant area. This is an area that is still pretty sun heavy. This is an area that still really works for them. Going up any further, they're going to be in an extremely cold environment. We see the Neanderthals are in the middle of an ice age, and so they start moving down into the lower latitudes, right? They're moving into the Levant. They're not going into Africa because Africa would not be good for them. Africa would not be a good environment for something that's supposed to be for cold weather. If you're putting it in hot weather, it's not going to be its best environment. When we look at Neanderthal and Homo sapien living together in the Levant for 100,000 years, we look at the fact that they mixed. They're in two caves that are a 5-minute walk from each other. And in these two caves that are a 5-minute walk from each other, we also see an advance in Neanderthal tool stone use or stone tool assemblage, and in Homo sapiens stone tool assemblage. We see these cultures mixing, and instead of clashing, they actually mix and they advance each other. We now know that Neanderthal DNA is across the globe. There are 2 species in Africa. The Khoisan population, I believe, is one of them. I know one's in South Africa and one's in West Africa. I couldn't tell you which population in West Africa. Those 2 species are the only species that don't have Neanderthal DNA. And they have something that we were going to get into, so we'll get into it now. Ghost species. Ghost species are a species that you see the fingerprint of in the DNA, but you don't see the whole genome. This is my genome. It goes forever, okay? So if I take this little snip off the end of my genome and I put it in your genome that goes forever, it's this little snip that's a different species, and we know because of the genetics that we see in our DNA. So in Africa, in those 2 species that we don't see Neanderthal DNA, we see 3 ghost species. We have not found these species in the fossil record yet. We don't have a full genome of them. Until those 2 things happen, we're not going to know what these species are. We're just going to continue to know that they are there and call them ghost species. Of the other species that we have seen in the fossil records, we've really only been able to get DNA from 2 of them, and that is Denisovian and Neanderthal. And this is because, as we were talking earlier, the way DNA degrades and the different environments. So Naladi is in a cave in Africa that's wet inside. It's damp, right? So Naladi, we're not going to get DNA, hot and wet. Florensis is the same thing, hot and wet. Philippines, Luzonsis, same thing, hot and wet. Longi is in China. We're actually testing Longi's DNA right now to see. And Longi's DNA, if it comes back, will either tell us, oh wow, this is a Denisovian skull and not a whole new species, or yes, this is a whole new species. So those are the 6 species that we see in the fossil record. Here's 3 ghost species that we see within us. Once you get outside of Africa, it even gets more interesting. So everywhere across the globe has Neanderthal DNA, except for those 2 spaces in Africa that have ghost species, which means we all have admixture from something else. None of us are pure. All of us are mixed. We've all been mixed this entire fucking time because that's what we do. We also see that there is a ghost species within Neanderthal and Denisovian DNA that we do not see in Homo sapien DNA. And then we see 2 other ghost species in different populations around the world. We see a ghost species in Australia, indigenous people, which very likely goes back to that Moy Hill site that we were talking about, and Homo erectus making it into Australia 120,000 years ago. And so that would be the ghost species that is in Australian indigenous DNA. And then when we get to Turtle Island, we see another ghost species. And we talked about the Cerruti mastodon site earlier, but with that, again, that tells us, did that just mute me? You can hear me, right? Tap the screen. Okay, cool. Sorry. So that tells us that we see Homo erectus in Turtle Island at 130,000 years ago, likely a speciation, right? And we see this ghost species in Turtle Islander DNA, see it nowhere else, which gives weight to erectus making it here and speciating, and that being what that hominin find is. The next part of it is something that I'm often asked. Do I believe in the giants? And I saw giants come across my chat like 20 fucking times, so we'll go ahead and go into whether or not I believe in the giants. First of all, I want to state that this is a Widdas theory. This is a Widdas hypothesis. This is not something that I'm going to be able to give you scientific backing on, but when I explain it, I think you'll understand why. Giant finds range across the globe. They're documented across the globe since ancient Greece. And we find our highest amount of finds of giant skeletons here in Turtle Island, in mounds in Turtle Island. If you talk to Turtle Island indigenous people, you will hear that stories of giants are pretty much everywhere among Turtle Island indigenous people. This is old knowledge, right? And I'm not going to get into it now, but oral tradition is more factual than written history because written history is propaganda, and oral tradition is not the story telephone game that you think it is. To pass on oral tradition and oral history, you make somebody memorize something word for word. And it increases the use of memory because when you're just referring back to Google, and they actually just did a recent study, the fact that we can Google everything now is decreasing our memory capacity, because when you can look something up or Google it, you don't practice the muscles for memory in your brain and you don't hang on to it. So it's actually decreasing our memory. Written word did that too. Writing things down actually decreased the capacity of our memory because we didn't have to hold on to that memory pattern. And so we absolutely see that in Turtle Island indigenous histories, which to me are more valuable, more correct than written histories, that you see that, and not just Turtle Island, all indigenous histories, you see giant finds, or giants within their histories. You also see the belief of creation stories being created here, and if Homo erectus speciates here, that's absolutely confirming the creation story, right, of being created here for Turtle Island indigenous people, while still maintaining that they are all Homo sapiens, because when they take the DNA in from whoever speciated here, they continue that indigeneity on while still being the species that comes in, right? So the giant finds that we have in Turtle Island start in the 1700s and they end by the early 1900s, like 1920, I think is our last one. We see a lot of articles put out on them. Many of the articles currently are either behind paywalls or they haven't been digitized. And we haven't seen any of the skeletons for a hot minute. And this is because early archaeology is grave robbing. We didn't document jack shit and we stole it. And we put it in somebody's attic somewhere. So unless somebody goes and looks in grandma's attic and finds a giant skeleton that they've inherited, the likelihood is that we are not going to have these prior finds of giant skeletons. If we find new finds, we might actually be able to get some evidence. If there's one buried in a museum somewhere, we might actually be able to get some evidence. But until that point, we don't have any evidence. We have the articles that came out, but none of those articles have the evidence that we need to be able to confirm, right? But to me, we were looking at island dwarfism earlier. We talked about the fact that island giganticism is the opposite of island dwarfism. So island dwarfism is if you're on an island in a small space with a small amount of predators, with a small amount of food, you shrink to adapt to your environment so that you can get enough food in your environment. Island giganticism goes the other way. Island giganticism says if you're in a large space with a large amount of food and large predators, you get bigger. So this is where we get megafauna, which really is all over Turtle Island, right? Turtle Island has the vast amount of megafauna, the most of the globe, right? And that is because Turtle Island was really isolated for a long period of time. And that isolation gives them that island giganticism, even though it's a continent. And that massive amount of space and that massive amount of food and that massive amount of large predators gives megafauna the growth into island giganticism. If Homo erectus made it here and Homo erectus making it into Flores and the Philippines shrinks, because again, Lizonsis is a dwarf species, about 4'5" is the highest, and Lizonsis is about, or not Lizonsis, Florensis is about 3'5" at the highest. Shrinking in these islands, the exact opposite of that would absolutely happen in Turtle Island because this is the perfect place for it, and so you will see that growth. So I believe that the ghost species that we see within Turtle Islander DNA and the giants that we have found throughout history and the Cerruti Mastodon find all line up together. To me, that's what that states, that Homo erectus makes it here, speciates into giants here, and that's who Homo sapien finds when they get here. These are these different ghost species. The other thing that we look at when we look at DNA is the Denisovian DNA, and that's the only one we haven't touched on, so let's go ahead and touch on it. This also gives a lot of credence for Indigenous Australians being Indigenous Australians and Indigenous Turtle Islanders being Indigenous Turtle Islanders. There's a lot of conversation going around in certain circles that Turtle Island Indigenous people weren't here, that it was actually Mansu Musa's people who had come over and 100 years later had somehow populated the entirety of Turtle Island, and that the people that Columbus found were black Africans when he got here directly from Africa. There's no evidence of that. Not only is there no evidence of that, but there is evidence directly to the contrary. And if you look at the Olmec heads, which is often used as evidence of that, those look like Turtle Island, phenotypically Turtle Island Indigenous people, and I can even show that, right? But when you look at the DNA of prior to contact individuals in Turtle Island, you see something significant that debunks the idea that they weren't here in Turtle Island already. And that is Denisovian DNA. In Indigenous Turtle Islanders, you see 0.02 to 0.03% Denisovian DNA. At this percentage, we know that we had to have bred with Denisovians for 10,000 years to get this percentage. This is some of the lowest percentages that you get. You also get like 0.02, 0.03% in Neanderthal DNA in Africa, right? These are the lowest percentages that you usually see of other species. So to get these low percentages of other species, you absolutely need about 10,000 years of intermixing. And again, this gets back to the fact that only 1 in every 100 or 1 in every 1,000 breeding is going to give you a fertile offspring that can pass these genetics. So you have to breed thousands of times to get a handful of fertile people to pass on the genetics into the next generation. And to get to the point that we have any genetics in any generation, 50,000 at least years later, you have to have done this a hell of a fucking lot. And this is why I very frequently say, we don't fight everything unusual. If we see something unusual and it looks enough like us, we fuck it. We don't fight it. We like to have intimate relationships with things that don't look like us. We like things that are new, things that are different, things that are unusual. This is us as a species, and this is who we've always been. By the count that I've given, we have 7 other species in our DNA. 7 other species in our DNA. And so if we have 7 other species in our DNA, that means that literally across the globe, every time we saw something else, we had sex with it. This idea that something that looks different than us should be othered, again, comes down about 10,000 years ago when you see societal stratification and you see the need for a god king to defend their rank by sending you to somebody else to fight instead of them, right? And so this shows us this track of DNA across the planet. I do want to touch again really quick because I'm not sure if I went totally on it, on how we get Neanderthal DNA in Africa, because this is important. So, again, Neanderthals never go into Africa. They speciate too light to go into Africa, right? And they speciate that short, compact body, so they're going to retain heat, not dissipate it. I don't think I said that. With Homo sapiens, when we speciate, I talked about how Neanderthal speciate short and compact to retain heat. We speciate tall and lean to dissipate heat. Okay, that's how we're as tall as we are, is because we're dissipating that heat. And that's why Erectus is as tall as it is too. So when you see Neanderthals, you see somebody who is not suited to a hot environment at all. At all. They are bred for a cold environment. You cannot take something that is retaining as much body heat as possible. Oh, let's go. Retaining as much body heat as possible and put it into a hot environment because they're going to overheat, right? And so when you see Neanderthals and Homo sapiens living in those 2 caves side by side in the Levant for 100,000 years and you see them breeding and mixing, what you see is that Neanderthals are going back up and visiting their families in Europe, and Homo sapiens are going back and visiting their families in Africa. And when they're going back and visiting their families in Africa, they're taking this DNA with them. And so we don't see Neanderthals making it into Africa, and we don't see those groups that are in Africa currently having made it out of Africa, or that have maintained that, having made it out of Africa. But what we do see is that the Neanderthal DNA comes back in with the Homo sapiens who are migrating home. And so we see that 100,000 years within this, right? This long stretch of time of interbreeding, right? And again, we don't see the death or the final go of Neanderthals until about 30,000 years ago. And this final go of Neanderthals at 30,000 years ago doesn't end Neanderthals. We have Neanderthal DNA. Neanderthals as a species, again, they die off because of a lack of genetic diversity within their species that creates the need to, they're always a small species because of the lack of genetic diversity, and they're very interbred because of that lack of genetic diversity. So when they meet with Denisovians and they meet with Homo sapiens, they start mixing with Denisovian and Homo sapien because that gives them an increase of their genetic diversity. Over the 570,000 years that we now believe a Neanderthal was here, they only had about 500,000 as their species whole over that entire course of time. And so we see that there are such a low genetic diversity. This is literally why the Neanderthals are no longer around as a whole species, but they are still around in us. They did not die out. They actually used their curiosity and lack of othering to actually perpetuate their species and ensure their species lives on. And I think that that is really going over everything. And I really have to go to the bathroom. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and turn on comments for a hot minute. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my little earbud down so I cannot hear you or talk to you. Go ahead and make whatever comments you want for right now. I will be back in a hot second. I have to pee. Sorry about that. I didn't want to pee my pants. I've had like 3 kids. So we're currently talking about ancient Homo species. And we're talking about different archaeological finds within these ancient Homo species. So you're correct. Roughly 6,000 years ago is where we start to see lighter skin in human species. It is not evolution or a genetic mutation. What it is that we have an evolutionary advantage that some other species don't have. We're able to adapt our skin color. We all have that same evolutionary advantage. And light skin isn't an advantage anywhere but Europe, right? And so it's not going to be an evolutionary advantage. What the evolutionary advantage is the ability to adapt. I don't recommend books. And the reason I don't recommend books is because in my field, this shit changes constantly. And by the time somebody is publishing a book, it's changed. On the link tree, or in the link tree on my on the link tree in my bio, I have several articles that you can go and you can look at, and it'll give you a little bit more like a little bit more knowledge. It'll also give you a good bouncing off point. I'm an anthropologist. I'm actually subfield archaeologist. Those who are stating racist, I understand what you're stating. What you're stating is because I have a black Homo erectus behind me that I'm indicating that Homo erectus and black skin is more primitive. But we've actually explained several times in this live, and this is actually why I'm using and why we're doing this, is that you actually don't see black skin is actually the advantage. Light skin is an advantage for a specific region, but light skin itself is not the advantage, and black skin itself is not the advantage because you don't see them as advantageous outside of specific regions. What is advantageous is our ability to adapt based on the region that we are in, based on the space along the equatorial range that we are in. Yakub. What is Yakub? So I don't go and randomly look up things that people tell me. I have specific areas of focus, and I know things that are already debunked that I'm just not even going to bother with. But If you'll tell me what Jakob is, I might go and look it up, but I'm not going to go and look it up just because you're saying something, right? It's just not going to happen. I have degrees in this. I have degrees in radiography. I have several science degrees. I do know what I'm talking about. And again, there's a link tree in my bio that has all of this in it from accredited sources, from peer-reviewed sources. So, Turtle Island is one of the an English translation of one of the phrases used by several different nations on the eastern seaboard of North America. So I use Turtle Island as an indigenous person because many indigenous people in North America have adopted the word Turtle Island, the English translation, Turtle Island, to refer to North America. I also use it for Southern Turtle Island because, well, there are about 4 other indigenous words in indigenous language in North America and 4 or 5 in South America. I cannot say them well enough to actually use them without being rude. So Europeans, we went over how Europeans invented race theory to kind of justify their atrocities. It's not necessarily that they chose Africans based on their dark skin. More like they chose Africans because Africans were Islamic and they already had a religious hatred for Islamic people and they were Christian. Africans were extremely advanced at this time, just like Turtle Islanders were extremely advanced at this time. And Europe was extremely backwards at this time. And because of that, they just didn't have an understanding. And the theory of race is really invented to kind of justify that, right? And to kind of justify the horrors that they're going to have going on, right? And so that is where... I didn't say genetics can change through migration. I actually said genetics can't change through migration. I said that you can adapt things about your body, but that doesn't change your genes. Your genes aren't your phenotype. I have the gene for dark skin. According to my genes, I'm black. Just saying. Your genes aren't your phenotype. Your genes are your family line. Right? Your genes aren't your phenotype. Mud, INES is a slur. Aboriginal or Indigenous Australian are the preferred terms, but the INES is actually a slur. And so we prefer using those two different things. But everybody is still evolving. We are still evolving, all of us. No, Tootie Cutie. No. Sorry. But no. First of all, that's suppositioning race theory actually is right, and race doesn't exist. Second of all, nobody created any of us except Homo erectus creating us. Just saying. Why? Okay, so first of all, I'm not white. I have light skin, but I'm actually gold. I'm actually very mixed. Like, there is not a corner of the globe that I don't trace my ancestry through, both through DNA and knowing the names of the people who came there. Okay, so I'm not white. And really, we're working here on the fact that race theory has been debunked and trying to educate on that and trying to educate on who we are as humans, because who we are in humans doesn't separate. Who we are as humans doesn't other. That's very new. And who we are is completely different. And I wouldn't call myself white passing. There's problems with that. I would say that I'm light-skinned indigenous because I am indigenous. I have both blood connections in Turtle Island and family connections in Turtle Island. So I am Turtle Island indigenous. And so I would identify as indigenous. But I am light-skinned, and I am very, very well aware that I have white privilege. And I'm very, very well aware of what light-skinned does for me in this environment. I tend to use that to try and ensure everybody has that privilege, right? But where was I born and raised? The Pacific Northwest. And I am indigenous. You don't get to tell me whether or not I'm indigenous. The group of people I belong to gets to tell me whether or not I am indigenous. Just stating. And if you were indigenous to Turtle Island, you would absolutely understand that. For you to state that you are going to tell me that I'm indigenous based on the color of my skin tells me that you're not Turtle Island indigenous. I am gold. Actually, like, that's not my terminology. I have had people tell me I'm gold. And why I say I'm gold, I have Asian ancestry, I have Turtle Island indigenous ancestry, I have African ancestry. If you look at the undertone of my skin, it is golden, it is yellow, right? And it has a hint of that red to it. And because it has those hints to it, it actually looks gold. Yes, Sahelanthropus tedeschi is absolutely the oldest hominin that we have found. I do. I also know that you're seeing me through a screen, so you really can't see my skin tone up close, right? You can see whatever the fuck you want, but you don't get to determine who my relationships are and what my culture is based on what you see. You don't get to tell me who my culture is, and you don't get to tell me who my ancestry is, and you don't get to tell me who my community is because you think you see something. That's it. And I am mixed, very mixed, very mixed, very mixed. Would you like me to tell you my Sudanese grandmother, Philomena, who escaped slavery in the 1750s, pregnant with her Dutch master's child, and gave birth to Dora Dolly, who gave birth to Emily Jane, who gave birth to Louise, right? I'm mixed. And you don't get to, yeah, okay, we're not even doing this. This isn't a space to argue because you decide that you have shitty fucking opinions and that you get to deem who other people are. Race doesn't exist. Race doesn't exist. Race doesn't exist. Race doesn't exist. Culture exists, and skin color and phenotype do not determine culture. Experience exists. I will never have the black experience in the U.S. I know that. I know that. Perfectly well aware of that. This is armor. And do you know what I use this armor for? Standing front lines. Debunking race theory, anti-racism, dismantling the system and giving land back. That's what I use this armor for. And whatever you think I am doesn't define me. And the fact that you think you can define other people based on what you see on a fucking screen is a problem. There's some moral issue with that. So you can take it somewhere else. It doesn't need to be in here. Okay? Sorry. I don't even, like, I can see, why putting up a black Homo erectus can come across as racism, even though we're debunking race theory, even though we know why Homo erectus is black, even though we know that black is the advantage. Even though I'm explaining all of those things, I can see why you can sit there and go, you're putting a primitive person up with dark skin and you're indicating that dark skin is primitive. But I'm telling you that's not what it is. And not only am I telling you it's not what it is, but I'm explaining it to everybody that that's not what it is, that it's the advantage. It is the step forward. So no. But I can see where you might take that as a racist thing until you listen, until you open your fucking ears and have a conversation. But telling me that you get to define me, fuck off. Nobody defines me but my community. Nothing defines me but my actions. And your racist thought process that states that you can determine my race based on a singular phenotype without understanding or knowing anything else when we have debunked race theory is the fucking issue. And if you could stop that, stop deciding that skin color indicates somebody's fucking history, you might help us move forward to debunking race theory too. And you might help us move forward to dismantling a racist fucking system. But as long as you decide that you get to define somebody's culture based on what you perceive being the color of your skin, you are a part of the fucking problem. Don't care who you are. Don't care what color your skin is. Don't care where you fucking come from. If you are continually thinking that you get to define somebody else's life experience or who they are based on the color of their skin, you are contributing to racism. Grow up. Help fucking dismantle the goddamn system. Stop fucking letting people who look like this benefit from it. But as long as you think you can decide you're encouraging people who look like me to have fucking privilege. The fuck? So, and the fact, I hate humans sometimes. I mean, I love humans and I love humanity, but why y'all gotta fucking buy into that shit? Why y'all got to sit in an anti-racist space that's teaching anti-racism and buy into race at your own disadvantage? Why? I mean, yeah, never mind. You can have fun and scroll on. If you think that, yeah, have fun. Find somewhere else. Go talk somewhere else about it. You could even start your own live and talk about how fucked up I am for thinking I'm indigenous when you're obviously not and have no clue. Anyways. I'll probably turn the comments back on in a little bit, but again, when it gets troll heavy, obviously I get distracted. I engage. This is a problem I'm working on, but it is a problem. We've really gone over Erectus, how Erectus speciates, the different species that Erectus is, how we can trace human migration patterns, Homo sapien migration patterns, through the different other species that you see Homo sapiens have. We've debunked race theory. We've shown where it comes from, and the fact that race theory really comes from Europeans trying to maintain their excuses for their atrocities, trying to justify real atrocious genocidal behavior, and their need to justify that gives them the need to create justification. And so we see them taking two very advanced groups of people and indicating that they're primitive based on skin color, which has nothing to do with jack shit. It's a phenotype. It's one of thousands of phenotypes, right? And so when we see race theory created and race theory debunked, we're going to go ahead and talk on how othering really is starting, because we touched on it just a hot second, but we didn't get to the rest of it. So the first thing that I really want to go into with this is the fact that before we leave animism being the idea that we are just another animal like all the other animals, and that all the other animals have an equal value than we do, right? That we're all of equal value, that the earth is of an equal value, and that we all have conscious or soul or equal conscious soul, right? Like equal value, right? A place within the ecosphere. When we start to move away from this, which is a very indigenous thought process that we see uses really indigenous ecology, right? Our first adventing of use of grains, we really see starting in two different places. We see one starting like in the Sudan area, I think. I know it's West Africa. I want to say the Sudan area, but I'm not sure exactly. I'd probably have to look it up. And then we also see one starting roughly in the Middle East. And what we see is one is barley and one is wheat. But when we see this starting, we see this along the ideas of indigenous ecology first. Indigenous ecology takes something and just encourages its growth and where it's at, right? So if you're looking at original wheat, you might have come across like a meadow and it has a lot of wheat in it, and you're like, oh, that's really cool. I like that. It works really well for me. And so you might then decide that you're going to take that, but you're going to leave the stalks that have the larger seeds on it so that the next round is larger seed. And this is where you're going to start to see that husbanding, morphing something from early wheat to later wheat. But you're not going to see really moving it out of the area. This area is perfect for it. What you're going to see is an increased interaction of Homo sapiens trying to guide it into a new advancement. This is how in Turtle Island indigenous people were able to take corn from something that looks like wheat to the corn that we see it today. This is indigenous ecology and husbandry of plants. And so you see that early wheat and early barley is not leaving the space that it's natural to. It's an indigenous plant in an indigenous area, and it's just being guided in its growth instead of conformed in its growth, right? Instead of just being wild, it's being guided. Instead of being conformed, it's being guided. We see that it really starts to work with irrigation in the Nile first, which makes a lot of sense. Homo habilis was on the Nile. Homo erectus was on the Nile. The Nile is literally our oldest, continuous inhabited area, right? That we have evidence of continuous habitation. It's not that we didn't come from South Africa or West Africa, or not West Africa, East Africa, but what it is that this is a space that from the very beginning of Homo species, you see tool usage staying, right? And so along the Nile River is really this fertile crescent. The Nile floods every year, and when the Nile floods every year, it returns or gives new nutrients to the soil, right? And it also fertilizes what's going on, or not fertilizes, waters what's going on, irrigates. So early agriculture in the form of fields that are in lines is really coming along the Nile River, really, because this is the perfect place for it. It's a place that it works. It doesn't work anywhere else. So you're seeing this original doesn't move an indigenous plant from its location. When you start to move the indigenous plant from its location, you're seeing in an area that refertilizes every year due to flooding. When you see it moving from there, we see our first agricultural city as Angazal in Jordan, and it is about 9,000 years old. And Angazal took a fertile land along a riverbank, stripped the entire land of the indigenous ecology that was in that land, the biome that was in that land that would refertilize the land, that was meant for that land, that grew in concert with that land, stripped the whole thing out. And when they stripped the whole thing out and planted this plant from somewhere else, this invasive plant from somewhere else, they leach the soil. They destroy the environment. You see Angazal go from a fertile, lush river valley to a desert wasteland in 300 years. And this is where we start to see the stratification starting in as well. Now, when we start to see Western agriculture come into play, we see from the very beginning that Western agriculture destroys the climate it's in. Every time. Every time. Even today, in South America, they are slash and burning huge swaths of forest, tilling up the land and planting it. They are removing all the indigenous biome to do this, and that indigenous biome creates that cyclic space that is able to support everything within it. When you remove that, you lose that support in that space. You lose the air quality, you lose the food quality, you lose all of that. We see this in the United States where California, again, when Turtle Islanders are here before Europeans, they turn north to south, east to west. It's all tended gardens. When we see the Spanish get to California, that's how they document it. I actually have this book that talks about, when the Spanish get to California in the 1700s and they start documenting California in the 1700s, tending the wild. This one goes into it. When you start documenting the indigenous people in California in the 1700s, they document it as being a tended garden. The only thing Trump ever said positive during his entire presidency was we should rake the forests. Indigenous people actually kept the undergrowth down in the forest. They actually took care of and tended the forests. And that ability to keep the undergrowth down is why they didn't have these massive fires that we have today, right? That tending is what kept the world safe. Trump is an idiot on every level, but raking the forest, not exactly what we should be doing, but the idea is correct. Like, we should be removing the undergrowth, because if we're removing the undergrowth, either using it as firewood, fuel, or food, if we're removing that undergrowth, we're keeping that forest from burning. There's not so much to feed a fire or to catch a fire, right? And so that indigenous ecology is across all of it. When you see this indigenous ecology, what you see within this indigenous ecology is, because it's not removing things from their biomes, it's actually way more sustainable. When Europeans end up in California and they see these vast prairies of grass, they decide, well, obviously it's a vast prairie of grass, so let's just plow it and plant it, because obviously grass grows well here. When you're plowing, when you're stripping a land, what you're doing is you're breaking up the top foot of soil. When you have vast prairies, about 2 to 3 feet down, you have this root system excuse me, that creates this vast biome for animals and different plant life even within it, but also holds the earth together. It keeps the earth together. When you remove all of that, you create a dust bowl. There is a song about the Depression talking about think you're going to a sugar bowl, but you're going to a dust bowl. And what it is that when Western agriculture comes to California and it strips the prairies and plants them, after, 100 years of this, you've robbed all the nutrients from the area and it can no longer grow crops because you've planted an invasive species of plant that leaches the soil, and you have removed all the replenishment from the soil that's in the indigenous biome. And so after about 100 years, you can't plant there anymore. And so when you stop planting there and you don't actually return it to its original prairie state, you turn it into a dust bowl because there's nothing there to hold the soil. And so we see that Western agriculture just gets really destructive across the board. I'm often asked, well, what is the answer? And I have a simple answer. My answer is that we have indigenous people across the globe that understand the biomes that they are from. And if we return the tending of the world, the globe, the earth itself, the tending of the earth to indigenous peoples across the globe, we will return that biome to indigenous biomes. This is land back. Now, I am not going to speak for all the indigenous groups around the world because I ain't that fucked up. But for the most part, everybody I talk to, land back, especially here in the US, is about giving back tending and governance. It is not about removing massive amounts of people from land. So you can even get this by going to your local nation and going, listen, I have this house. And I have this garden space, and I really want to make sure that I am not planting invasive species and that I'm kind of helping return. So can you help me? What can I do to do better at this, right? So you can help return land and the tending of land, even without giving up your home, right? By going to local spaces and going, listen, or, not even listen sounds bad. Going to local spaces and saying, I'm just doing my best and I'm trying to make sure that we're healthy as a species and as a planet. And I know that this is a very exploitative time. What can I do to make sure that this space is better, right? This is also, if you are looking to decolonize in a diaspora, a very important thing. So we're talking here about decolonizing European heritage a lot, right? About how to, well, not as much lately, but about how to kind of decolonize your European heritage and return to indigenous practices without a cultural appropriation, right? That's very important to me. When you're doing that, you can only decolonize your mind in a diaspora. What you really need to do is take it the step further to truly decolonize and go to your local nations, wherever you are, in whatever diaspora you are, and say, how can I help? Again, do not go in and say, I think this is what you need to do, because that's very white savior. That's very fucked up. And because you don't know what needs to be done. You think you do based on Western thought process. You don't know. But if you're going into a space and you're like, listen, I'm really good at computers. I shouldn't say listen. I keep saying listen, and that's probably not the best way to approach it. I'm really good at computers, and I'm really good at research, and I'm really good at building things. What can I do that can help? You get back, your autonomy. You get back your sovereignty for land back. What can I do? These are the ways that I know how to contribute. I'm not going to tell you how I should contribute. I'm not going to make it up to you to decide how I can contribute, not knowing me. I'm going to give you an idea of what I can do and ask you, what can I do to make your world right? What can I do to help decolonize? What can I do to better this, right? And so that's absolutely important if you're looking at decolonizing in a diaspora, whatever diaspora, whoever you are, right? I don't care. I mean, the Black experience in the United States is a horrific experience within the United States, and it is still experiencing a lot of issue, right? The Turtle Island experience in the United States is still a horrific issue, or is still a horrific experience within the United States and still experiencing a lot of issue. Black and brown people are being murdered in the streets for no fucking reason. Indigenous women are being forced sterilized. Our highest maternal mortality rate is black women because medicine thinks they don't feel pain. Let me backwards our words. And so these experiences are absolutely horrible. But part of helping to decolonize the black experience is helping to return land to the indigenous experience too, right? And one of those things that I was actually talking with a Celtic creator today, or a Celtic friend today, Cymru friend today, about something that just happened with Scotland. And the conversation is really based on the thought process that marginalized groups need to unite, right? To fight colonization, all indigenous groups need to come together and go, listen, no, we done with that shit, right? If you're separating your indigenous groups because one's black and one's brown, right? Or because one's Cymru and one's Scottish, if you're separating these things, it's just what the people in power are trying to get you to do, right? That is the basis of it. And so when we get back to Angazal starting at about 9,000 years ago, we start to see our very first Adventist stratification. We don't have like a lot of documents on Angazal, but once we get past Angazal, we really start to see documentation. One of our earliest authors is actually a woman. If you didn't know, that just came across. But we see in our documentation of our early kings the advent of god kings. Of course, we believe we probably had god kings before that. It's just that this is the first writing of it, right? And what we see within god kings is generally the stories of a god king indicates an extremely traumatic abandoned childhood. And after that extremely traumatic abandoned childhood, often being abandoned to float in a basket downriver and be pulled from the river by a gardener, which absolutely comes in correlation later. When we see this God King taking power, you see somebody who has had a traumatic child experience and now believes that they are part deity and you should worship them. This is narcissism. This is megalomania. What we know of narcissism today is that, A, it's a gene in our body, but it doesn't crack, it doesn't show until there's a trauma. And then that trauma will will activate that gene and you start to become this narcissistic thought process, right? You have to have both. Got to have the gene, got to have the trauma. Can't have just one, got to have both. Okay. So when we see early god kings, again, what we're seeing is I have a deity parent. I was abandoned in childhood. One of my parents is a deity. I was raised by poor people. I'm special because one of my parents was a deity. But I feel insecure because I was abandoned. And now I need you to worship me so that I no longer feel insecure and because I'm a deity. So we start to see this narcissistic thought process really taking shape. And we see this is our early god kings. And they create this stratification of society. I'm here on top because I'm the daughter of a deity. And so I have all these soldiers here who are going to protect me and all these other family members who obviously have a little bit of deity because they're my family members. And then I'm going to have this middle class. And then I'm going to have the people who are providing for everybody else at the cost of their own lives, right? I'm going to have the peasant class. And when you see the start of this, what you see is I need you to supply me because I'm a deity and I shouldn't be getting my hands dirty. I need to have this level of soldiers so that you can't attack me, but I'm going to tell you that this level of soldiers isn't to keep you in check, it's to keep somebody else in check. So I need you to feed my army to protect you from the hills. Well, my army protects me from you. So you see this start of othering as really a way to keep somebody in power and to stop people from, rising up and deciding that you don't get to abuse me because you think you're the son of a deity, right? We see this exact same thing today within the U.S. government and within almost every government. You've all heard it. You don't have a job not because the government's fucked up and the workforce is fucked up and the corporations are fucked up and can't treat people like human beings. you don't have a job because we have illegal aliens, right? It's illegal aliens that are on welfare, and you have to pay for illegal aliens. It's not the fact that I'm spending $5,000 of your money a year on the military-industrial complex is the problem. What the problem is that I'm spending $35 of your money a year on food stamps. And instead of you understanding that it's majority white women on welfare in the United States, I'm going to get you to believe that it is in fact black and brown women so that I can give you somebody who's an enemy. Because if you take a look and realize that I'm spending all of your money on something you don't need to maintain my power while you starve, you're going to rise up against me instead of maintaining the status quo because somebody else is the bad. This is where we see the start of othering. And this is important to me. A couple things that we need to get into about Homo sapiens that we haven't yet touched on that are extremely important about this is who we are innately. You often hear that innately Homo sapiens are evil, violent, that innately we are fighting something inside of us to be a good person, right? Original sin. Like there's just this thought process that innately we have to fight our evils for the betterment of humanity. But when you look at what biologically is human, this is completely untrue. Again, our earliest evidence of violence between humans is not until 10,000 years ago. I see that this is lagging just a little bit. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can fix that. This might pause it for just a hot second as it's adjusting. I'm going to see if this will help us though. So let's just a hot second before I talk on anything else. Thank you everybody who's given gifts, the new subscribers. I really appreciate that. I mean, I don't want it to be a pay-for education, but it absolutely helps me, and I really appreciate that. And it also helps me be able to maintain, free education. So what we see with Homo sapiens, first of all, we like to state that, let's see if that, okay, so let's see if that went back. I used to argue that we might be the only species to be able to get rid of empathy, but the fact of the matter is I do think there are some other species who can kind of turn off their empathy. Cats will play with mice, right? They'll play with their food. But we are really the only other species that really tortures things, right? So I really don't think that we're the only species with empathy. We're not the most intelligent species. Dolphins have been proven to be more intelligent. Whales are hyper intelligent. We're not the only species with speech. Pretty much everything has communication and some form of language. We're not the only species who creates tools. Corvids create tools. Other primates can create tools. We didn't have the largest brains. Neanderthals had the largest brains. There's just a lot of things that we're just not the only of. A couple things that we are the only of. Neanderthals and us are both obligatory midwife creatures. What this means is that we both have to have assistance giving birth, but Neanderthals are gone, so we're the only ones remaining that have to have assistance giving birth. Now, this is a combination of the large brain size in our neonates, the small size of our pelvis, and the way our infants are born. If you look at other primates, the pelvic outlet, that hole in the pelvic and the bones in the pelvic, compared to the size of the skull of the infant is vastly different. The infant can pass easily through that pelvic outlet, and those infants are typically born with their nose up, so they're pulled directly up on the body. Now, with us, first of all, my head is like this wide this way, but it's this wide this way, right? So the widest part of my head is not side to side, but front to back. As a baby, I have an extremely large brain. I have a skull that can kind of collapse and push in. I can't go too far in, but I still have an extremely large brain. And my mother has an extremely small pelvic outlet compared to the size of my brain. Now our pelvic outlets aren't circular. Our pelvic outlets are a little bit more like this, right? See, this is kind of an oval shape. And our pelvic outlet isn't a straight shot. It's tilted like this. So when you're moving a baby through the pelvic outlet to be able to, our children are born starting with the nose facing backwards. Then through the pelvic outlet, they have to be turned so that their head, instead of having the widest side here, has the widest side here turned sideways through this, right? Because again, it's oval, not circular. So you have to turn the baby's head to the oval part to get it through. But in that passing through, because the pelvic outlet isn't direct on here, and so you can't just put it through that oval, it's tilted like this, you have to turn it as it's coming out of that pelvic outlet. And so you do a quarter turn going in, and then you turn them completely so they're nose up as they're coming out. If we were trying to pull our babies out nose back, we'd break their spine, right? Because then you're pulling them up backwards, right? You're trying to curve this newborn backwards, right? So you're going to break their spine. And the other thing is, and I know that this is stated a lot, so I want to address it. Yes, there are absolutely instances in our history where we have seen or documented women who have had a child without assistance, right? Almost always we're looking at women who actually have very small babies. And if you're having a smaller baby and maybe your pelvis is a little bit larger, absolutely. The other thing is that some of us can touch our uterus or touch our cervixes. And if you can touch your cervix, you could absolutely reach down and grab your baby and turn it itself, right? Also, the other thing that we see is a lot of times we'll talk about how in Asian countries women will squat in the rice fields, which is really, there's a lot of primitive racial thought process within that. But that doesn't mean they didn't have community when they were giving birth. It just means that they gave birth outside with a bunch of other fucking women, right? So we have this obligatory midwifery, which means we have to have community to birth our children. I can't just get pregnant and run out in the woods and have my kid by myself. I need somebody to help me pull that baby out. Not only do I need somebody to pull that baby out, but unlike every other species on the planet, I have 5 life stages from neonate to adult, which means that from neonate to adult, I have the longest period of time of any other species of brain development. Now, it is that different life stage of brain development that gives us the brain that we have. That in and of itself is what gives us the brain that we have. Because in each of those life stages, I have a set kind of time of chemicals coming in and learning. But I have the ability to learn broad swaths of knowledge here, and then learn broad swaths of knowledge here, and then learn broad swaths of knowledge here. And instead of racing from hit the ground and being able to walk like a horse, or, coming out of an egg and slithering away like a snake with never having a parent, I need intensive care during these time periods. And because my brain is not developing super fast, it has the ability to develop wide. Like, think of, if you're going straight from one end to the other, you're just going in a straight path and you're running really fast, right? But if you have the ability to take your time, you might branch out here, and you might branch out here, and you might branch out here. So instead of racing super fast to the end goal, we have the ability to take our time and branch our brains out and grow them, right? And so this is what gives us the malleability in our brain that allows for those faster synapses firing, that allows for the advantages that our brain has, that allows for the adaptation of our adaptations. Beaver's been building a house for its entirety of an existence. We went from a cave to a mansion, only because, unlike the beaver, we adapt the adaptation. They adapted, they got a house. That was it. They don't need to go any further. We're taking that house and we're going, oh, well, this looks better. Oh, well, that might work more. Oh, well, this seems like it would help. This adapting our adaptations comes from these extended periods as children. But what this really indicates about us, sorry, when calls come in, it mutes me. Hit your screen if you can hear me, please, just so I can make sure that you can hear me. Awesome sauce. Just double checking. Want to make sure I can be heard. So what this means is we have to have community to give birth, but we have to have community to grow our children too. And here's the thing, our biological imperative isn't just to procreate. Just fucking somebody and giving birth to a baby doesn't get you to the next generation. You have to nurture that child into adulthood to get to that next generation. So when you have a child in a earlier time period where you don't have a phone and a car and a house, and a fridge and electricity, you have a lot of things that you need to do to nurture that child to adulthood. A lot of things that have to be done to ensure the survivability of that child. You can't have a child and get up and go hunting. Women hunted. But you can't have a child and get up and go hunting. First of all, you're bleeding for a while, and that's going to smell really bad to the predators, or really good to the predators. And second of all, you have a neonate, like a newborn, right? You're feeding this every couple of hours. You're making sure it's changed and clean all the time, right? And it's crying all the time. You're not hunting with that either, right? You're also not gathering with that because you're going to find that it also attracts predators while you're gathering. The other thing is you need fire. You need fire to cook your food. You need fire to keep that child warm. You need fire to ensure that everything is okay. And you can't keep fire and be gone all day long. You have to have somebody there to tend the fire and make sure that the fire stays going. And then the other thing is when you're spending all day hunting or gathering, you're not able to gather water. You're not able to create food. You're not making new stone tools, right? So we find that in early communities, you need a variety and an abundance of human beings in these early communities to take a life from neonate to adulthood. Currently, adulthood starts for us at the age of 25 by the closing of our prefrontal cortex at the age of 25. We're going to assume that this is probably at least 5, maybe 10 years earlier in earlier hominins, right? Or earlier Homo sapiens, right? But that's still an extremely extended period of time. Nothing else on Earth goes longer than like 5 years. Primates, you see infancy to, or neonate to adult. You see like 3 stages, like there's infancy, child, teenager to adult, or maybe it's infancy, adolescent, adult, right? So, and that's a 5 years, right? Many animals are less than a year. Some animals are, like instantaneous, like a snake, right? But when you have this extended period of time where you have to nurture these children or a child, what you have is the need for several people to nurture. For 6 months, you're probably not leaving your cave a whole lot after giving birth. But once you do, you're going to have elders or maybe somebody who's a little less likely to be able to make it over terrain, taking care of your children, monitoring your fire. You're also going to see that you need more than one person to hunt and you need more than one person to gather. Again, there's a lot of predators out there, and to keep you safe, you go in pairs or more. The more the better, right? And you're also going to see that while you're out hunting and gathering, because you need to do both. One is not going to sustain you. You need to do both. You're also going to need to be gathering water, Maybe you're using leaves as cups. So somebody's out gathering cups, leaves to use as cups, right? You're going to see that you're going to need a community of roughly 10 people to ensure that a child gets from neonate to an adult. And in that community of roughly 10 people, you are going to see that both biological sexes in this community are going to nurture that child. We are all nurturing, every single one of us. It doesn't matter. Well, okay, so some of us are not very nurturing. We all know women who are not very nurturing, who should never have had the children they had, right? But overall, as a species, we're very nurturing. We not only nurture each other, we nurture the animals. We nurture each other's kids. Oh, that's a cute baby. Oh, So as a species, we are communal and we are nurturing. And then the other thing that we are as a species that is really important to me to get across is curious. Again, we've had science since Homo erectus, right? Science is what gave us the ability to cook our food and get larger brains that Homo erectus gave us, right? We have this curiosity, got Homo erectus and us clear across the globe. Every time we saw another species of human, we had sex with it, right? Every time we come across something different, we have sex with it. And every time we see something new, we allow the influx of that culture to create new within us, to set us forward in advancement, right? So we are nurturing, we are communal, and we are curious scientific creatures. We are not othering. We are not violent. These are not things that we see until 10,000 years ago, and we are 300,000 years as a species. So for 290,000 years, we have been communal, we have been nurturing, we have been curious, we have taken care of our niche. So a lot of times I'm asked, do I believe that we were created? Do I believe, in our purpose? What's our purpose? Our purpose is to tend, right? We were given this unique ability to tend the world in a way nothing else is. We were given this a unique ability to adapt the world for our siblings, for the world itself in a way that nothing else has. We are the beings that prune the plants so that they can grow better the next cycle. We are the beings that guide things into their next stages, right? This is who we are. We are the tenders of the earth. And when we got away from the idea that we were the tenders of the earth and got into this idea that we were a special chosen people that were created to exploit the earth, is when it really becomes problematic. When we really start to see othering, where we really start to see destruction. And it's that point that the problems start. We weren't primitive before. We were actually very advanced before. And oftentimes we like to think of older groups of people and think, oh God, they missed everything that we have, right? God, they didn't have a house, so it must have been horrific for them. But the thing is that's not real, right? You find the four walls that you live in to be a safety net. And you find the four walls that you live in to be a protection. But if you've never had those four walls, you are not going to miss them when they're gone. I spent 5 years as a child on the side of a mountain in a teepee, and I miss that more than I've ever missed four walls. Saying, I miss living close to the earth more than I ever wanted four walls, right? So when you're looking at these earlier groups of Homo sapiens and earlier groups of Homo erectus and earlier groups of Homo neanderthal, you are seeing a group of people who are content, who have all the good things in life. They have enough food. They have enough tools. They have each other. You don't see this hard scrabble, rough existence. Are there periods of starvation in certain groups? Absolutely. There's periods of starvation in groups today, right? Are there periods of problems? Absolutely. But we don't see this, we don't see the idea that they're missing out. They don't look around them and go, God, I wish I had a stove, right? We do see, I can make this better. We absolutely see that in every level. I can make this better is how we got here, right? But we don't see, I hate everything about this. We see comfort and security. Really, a lot of comfort and security is a lot of growth, right? When you see cultures mixing and you see it in safety and comfort, you have the ability to grow, right? You see a lot of things really develop when you start to have safety and comfort and security, right? But most of those things were already developed. So really the start of othering is 10,000 years ago. And really the start of othering is stratification. And really the start of needing somebody else to be the bad guy instead of the people that are hoarding everything being the bad guy is about 10,000 years ago. Before that, we are just very multi-everything. Like, we just love each other. That's why we have so much admixture as a species. And why, we were able to mix with all these other species, because we had no idea that there was something wrong with you if you weren't just like me. That's new. That's new. In fact, even today, we believe opposites attract. Right? So I'll go ahead and turn back on comments for a little bit. I'll probably answer a few and then I'll probably get off, just because I'm probably going to go in game and relax. We've been doing this for like 5 hours at this point. So since race does not exist, I don't think our world population is going to go anywhere as far as race. We're not going to speciate into other species for a couple reasons. One, we don't isolate. And then the other reason is the fact that we've already adapted our environments to us. So we have no need to adapt to our environments on large levels anymore. And then what we see is that we're evolving, but we're going to evolve together because we mix. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. So what's next for us as humanity? That's what this is. I want people to understand that we are kind and nurturing and communal. Because if we can understand that, and if we can understand that indigenous ecology is a forward motion, then we will see a way to a more positive existence. If we can return to an animistic thought process, like a thought process that's very communal, if we can return to that, we're going to be able to make that change. Personally, for me, I think that's the only way we're going to survive the coming apocalypse that we're living in currently. The jump does not come with religion. The jump really comes with the start of stratification within society. And that really comes with cities and the need for somebody to be on top and somebody to be on bottom. And that's where we see it. We really see it double down when religion starts to come into play. And where we get this idea that we can exploit everybody else and that we're some special magical being set above everything else is very much religion. But until that, what we're seeing is othering based on the need to maintain power. And it's not really a religious base. It's really just it's a propaganda base, really, right? It's not based on religion. It's based on propaganda. I'm keeping you safe from them, right? Thank you, Trey. So, are we doing more harm than good at this point? Absolutely. Do we have the ability to change that? Absolutely. Currently, we're just very exploitative. Currently, everybody believes that they should be exploited. We do, right? You're all working a job, right? Like, everybody is working for not enough to survive. For people that believe that because I pay you $15 an hour, I own you, right? And so we think that it's okay to exploit us. We find that okay because we've been taught it's okay, and that's the only way to be able to live, right? We have to get away from this idea that we are exploitable and here to exploit. And if we can get away from the idea that we should be exploited and that we are here to exploit other things, this is where we're going to get to a better point. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is racism? Horrific. Racism currently is pretty much responsible for the vast majority of atrocities against other human beings. Like, atrocity against the land is not necessarily racism, but atrocity against other human beings. Genocide is still, yes. Homo erectus does spread actually globally. We have later finds or more recent finds that show that Homo erectus actually made it to Turtle Island in Australia. So Homo erectus actually is global before sapien. So, if we survive, and if we continue along the line that we're in, we're going to have to find some way to adapt to the lack of oxygen that we're creating. And if we can adapt to the lack of oxygen that we're creating, that's going to be that evolution. But again, evolution is not linear. It just keeps, cycling. It goes forward, backwards, sideways, right? And again, it will probably be as a whole species because it's a whole species need and we are still mixing with each other. We are all descended from Africa, absolutely. Though, by the time you get to Turtle Island or Australia, you have other species within you that are never seen in Africa. So Turtle Island indigenous people are not directly from Africa, and Australian indigenous people are not directly from Africa. So we do see a ghost species in Turtle Islander DNA, which would probably be the erectus that makes it here. I could not tell you what the percentage is. I'm not sure what the percentage is on ghost species. I haven't seen anything that will actually give a direct percentage of ghost species. And that probably is because not having the whole genome of it, it's going to be a little bit hard to see what percentage of their genome is in us. I do think we're heading towards an aerobic environment unless we can change it, right? We just have to get to a change, which we're absolutely capable of. Race is a social construct, but it is a social construct coming from colonialism. Colonialism starts, though, with the Romans, and the Romans didn't have a racial construct. We don't see race coming into play as a construct until we see Europeans making it to Turtle Island. And then we see Europeans using the idea that race exists as an excuse for the atrocities that they're committing against advanced groups of people, because Turtle Island indigenous people and African people were absolutely more advanced medically and scientifically and ecologically than Europeans were at the time. And so to excuse to give reason for the atrocities that they're committing. Yes, you're probably talking about, in Indonesia, liberty over feelings, and you're probably talking about Homo florensis, the hobbit in Indonesia and Flores Island, that's about 3'5" at its top and actually has big feet. The ghost gene is not genes, it's a species, and we see a total in our DNA of 5 ghost species. And what ghost species are is species that we see like a little fragment of their genome in our genome, but we haven't found them in the fossil record, so we don't have a whole genome. And without having that whole genome, we're not going to be able to have the whole species. Australia is out of Africa. The sapiens in Australia are out of Africa and in Australia by 60 to 70,000 years ago. I've heard 60, 65, and 70, so 60 to 70,000 years ago. And how they're tracing it is the mitochondrial Eve for indigenous Australians. The generation that back to 60 to 75,000 years ago, 60 to 70,000 years ago. And what they do is you can tell within, we hear a lot about mitochondrial Eves, and what it is you can tell within the mtDNA, the mitochondrial DNA, how many generations from the very first of that mitochondrial lineage to today. And I'm not sure how they do it. It's not me, but, and it's not my specialty, but you absolutely see that they can trace it, and they can tell how many generations it is, and they can trace years based on that. And so with that, we do know that indigenous Australians are the first people that are out of Africa outside of Homo erectus, and that indigenous Australians have been there that long. I have a lot of problems with Graham Hancock. Now, I know that Graham Hancock is married to a brown woman, and I believe that I've been told that Graham Hancock teaches anti-racism, or is very anti-racist. I have read Graham Hancock's literature, and I watched a tiny bit of Ancient Apocalypse because I have read his literature before, and I have a lot of problems. Here's the problems that I have. I don't have the problem with the idea that Indonesians built a pyramid 20,000 years ago. Brilliant. Wonderful. Absolutely possible on every level. Indonesians are brilliant fucking people. We're all brilliant fucking people. We do have rings like a tree, but it's not in that. It's actually in our teeth. We have growth rings in our teeth, right? But when we look at Graham Hancock, what Graham Hancock is teaching is that there is an ancient advanced race of people in Antarctica, and that this ancient advanced, technologically advanced race of people actually had an apocalypse happen. And when they had that apocalypse, they fled to different corners of the globe, and they took their knowledge with them. This is kind of an Atlantean thought process, and it's really been used for ancient aliens theory, or ancient aliens conversations, right? It's really supports the ancient alien thought process. Here's my problem. First of all, this pyramid, possible, absolutely. If you are an archaeologist and you are doing testing, you supply all of the documentation of that testing to your peers, so your peers can test it as well and reproduce it. That's how science works. If I can reproduce the test, then I can see whether or not it's factual. Carbon-14 dating. To take carbon-14 dating, you take carbon, and then you put it into this program. It decides what the year is, and then you take that and you put it in another program, and it calculates from that, and then you take that calculation and put it into a third program, and it recalculates it. You will document what lab you're in, what program you used first to extract it, what program you used second to get the date, what program you used third to get a mean date, right? You're going to document all of these things. The archaeologist who wrote the paper refuses to supply that information. I'm not big on Western academics. I mean, I totally get that. but it's a lack of accountability and a lack of ability for people to prove, right? If what you're failing to give is the ability to people to prove that you're right, there's a problem. And if you've done all of that testing and you're refusing to give the documentation on the testing, you just want to say I did the test, but not tell how or what or why, there's a problem. If you've done this test and it proves all this stuff, then you have all the documentation and the data and you should be willing to show it. That's a problem. But did the Indonesians build a pyramid 20,000 years ago? Absolutely, I'm sure. I mean, that holds no issue with me, right? What really holds an issue is white savior fuckers had to do it, right? What really holds an issue is there's this advanced race of beings that had an apocalypse and they had to come and teach Indonesians how to do it because Indonesians didn't have the fucking brain power. That's my problem with Graham Hancock. Graham Hancock is teaching everybody that Egyptians documented how they built the pyramids, and you can see in the pyramids the steps of them building the pyramids, and still they think that it wasn't the Egyptians, it was this ancient race, this advanced race. Peru, that pyramid must have been an ancient race, couldn't have been the Peruvians, right? This is where my problem comes in. It's the thought process. Yeah, go back Letepe. Absolutely. All of these things are real, right? All of these things are absolutely factual. They are not white saviors coming in. And I'm not saying that they're saying that they're white people, though if they come from an Arctic region, they'd have to be white, right? We've already discussed that one. So, but they're stating that it took somebody else to come in and teach. They're stating that somebody else had to give them this information because they weren't smart enough to come up with it on their own. And let me be specific that the pyramid that they're talking about in Indonesia is literally stones that are already shaped like that they just had to cut into specific lengths and stack. Tell me that the Indonesians weren't intelligent enough to do that, right? Tell me that the Indonesians need some other person to come in and tell them how to fucking cut a stone when we've been cutting stones for 2 million years, right? That's where my issue is with Graham Hancock. It is not with the idea that all of these things are earlier, that there are older civilizations. Absolutely. I know that. I've watched it being proved over and over and over again. Absolutely. All of these ancient civilizations are still there. They're still the people that are there today. And it is the descendants of them. It's their ancestors who came up with that thought process. They didn't need somebody else. Sure. But does that mean that the Egyptians came from Antarctica? Because they're stating this advanced race comes from Antarctica. Right? And we know that the Egyptians have been there forever because we can document time on the Nile 2.5 million years back. Right? So, did they come in and replace the Egyptians that were actually there? And there's no genetic difference from the Egyptians that are there and the other people in that area. Right? There's nothing that shows that this is a different group of people, right? So all of these things, yes, Graham Hancock entirely bases his theory on the idea that there's an ancient advanced group of people in Antarctica that had an apocalypse. That's where the apocalypse part comes in an ancient apocalypse. That this group of people on Antarctica were very advanced and that they had an apocalypse like Atlantis falling into the ocean, and then they had to disperse and carry their knowledge everywhere. But when you look at the pyramids, if we're looking at the pyramids, you see, first of all, that the ancient Egyptians wrote down everything they did. Literally, they wrote down the measurements. They wrote down where they got the stone from. They wrote down how they transported the stone. They wrote down how they took the stone from the river that branched off the Nile at the time to the lake that's at the base of the pyramids. From that lake up to the pyramids by wetting the sand and dragging the stone across the sand, which creates a sledge effect. They document every inch of this. And then you see that the first pyramids, what we see with early Egyptian graves is that they put this flat kind of level of stones across early Egyptian graves. It's just a single layer, okay? This is our early Egyptian graves. We see this in Zero Dynasty, right? Then we start to see that they take that flatness and they make it 2, and then they make it 3. This is our step pyramids, right? And then we start to see where they start to smooth that out and instead of making it different platforms, they make it into what we think of today as a pyramid. But the first one that they did, we call the broken pyramid because it collapsed. The second one that they did, and again, all of this is documented, the second one that they did, we call the bent pyramid because they realized halfway through that their angle wasn't going to meet right, so they had to change the angle. So it goes up like this, and then it goes in like this. So this is like second or third, right? We see how they progressed from the very first thing to the Great Pyramid, and they wrote it all down. So the idea that somebody else had to do it, problematic. Oh, yeah, Cro-Magnon is outdated. We are Homo sapiens. Cro-Magnon was Homo sapien. It's just a really early term from it. I think we're part of the universe, so yeah. I think we're all part of it all. Okay, so I'm going to look back through really quick, and then I'm going to go ahead and take off. I just want to make sure that I got everything. Ah, yes, Razzle. Moyhil is M-O-Y-J-I-L. M-O-Y, Moy, J-I-L. The J is silent in that. The Moyhil site, and it's not a hill, it's a site, it's on a beach in Australia, and what they're finding is fire rock, burnt rock, and fire cracked rock. And what they're also finding is shells of food that looks like it's been broken or cracked open with rocks. It is the fire cracked rock and the burnt rock that gives evidence of a hominin species. Breaking shells with stones is kind of just us, or kind of just, like we see it in otters, right? Like it's not necessarily a hominin species. But it is the presence of fire that would give it Homo erectus, because only a Homo erectus and Homo sapiens and Neanderthals, these are only from Homo erectus on do we see fire. And so it is the presence of fire, like burnt rock and fire cracked rock, that gives the knowledge that it is a Homo species. And that is 120,000 years ago. And there is also a ghost species in indigenous Australian DNA, which would probably be that species. The technology to lift stones, actually, they document that in Egypt as well. Right? Again, that transport is coming mainly across water, and then they start dragging it. We see that they built ramps around the edge of the pyramids, again documented, and that those ramps are covered in sand, and that they, again, wet the sand and drag the stones up. All of this being very, very well documented in hieroglyphics. Thank you, everybody. Okay. Hermesian, I'm not sure what that is. I've not heard of that. Masonic, though, is a specific group of people. And it's there's no correlation between the pyramids and the building of the pyramids and the Masonic temple. The Masonic people don't come along until well after the advent of Christ. And the Masonic people, like so many other white people, appropriate indigenous culture by using the pyramid from from Egypt. Another important thing to note is everybody's like, how did everybody build pyramids? They all built the same pyramids. No, they didn't. The Peruvian pyramid is a rectangle. None of the Egyptian pyramids are a rectangle. The Indonesian pyramid is an oval, right? We're not looking at huge groups of people across different parts of the globe all building the same structures. We're looking at groups of people all across the globe learning mathematics and the ability to build out of stone at the same time frames, or at different time frames, and using different tools, right? So we're not seeing like the idea that they're all using the same ideas. There's no evidence of them all using the same ideas other than the fact that they're starting to use mathematics. They're starting to use mathematics in their building. And that's really the only thing that we see that's global. We don't see any of these things looking the same. Even in the ancient apocalypse, if you look at the pyramid in ancient apocalypse in that beginning, you see it's an oval. And if you look, they're like, you don't know how they're all building the same fucking pyramid. They show the Great Pyramid, it's a triangle. They show the Peruvian pyramid, it's a rectangle. They show the Indonesian pyramid, it's a fucking oval. These aren't the same pyramids, right? These aren't the same pyramids. They're the same understanding of mathematics, the same understanding of using mathematics to build stone, and that if I use mathematics in this way, I can build a structure that's going to stay, right? And so that's, it's not something coming outside. Absolutely, Higgy. And that's what we're talking about. The idea that either an ancient advanced race from Antarctica, or aliens had to come in and teach things. Really, it comes down to white people couldn't do it, so how could brown people do it? That's why ancient aliens theory starts. White people can't do it, so how come brown people can do it? If white people can't do it, brown people couldn't do it. White people have always been more intelligent than brown people, so there is no way that white people couldn't do it, but brown people could. That's what ancient aliens is. Because, again, that confirmation bias and that racism, right? So I don't want to tell you that the Egyptians were capable of doing this. I'm going to leave it a mystery because I don't believe that they were capable of doing it, right? Because I want to make sure that you think that I'm on top the entire fucking time, right? And also, not until the Rosetta Stones do we really get the ability to decipher the hieroglyphs. And then also we get the fact that even today, we don't view the hieroglyphs as the earliest form of writing, and they are. We don't view the earliest form of writing until we see cuneiform, and it's because it's our earliest alphabet. An alphabet represents symbols, and it's limited. You can't get over like 30-something symbols for an alphabet. Hieroglyphs actually is not just Egyptian. There's hieroglyphs everywhere. And hieroglyphs are where symbols either represent full words or they represent syllables, and that you define whether or not it distinguishes a syllable or a full word by an accent character. That's what a hieroglyph is compared to what an alphabet is. We don't think of writing happening until we see cuneiform as an alphabet, but we actually see writing much earlier, and we actually see writing on a global scale. We see symbolism used in picture work here within Turtle Island in several spaces. We see it really across the globe. It is absolutely everywhere, but we don't call it writing until white people make cuneiform. Again, the racism that just pounds through so much of it, right? Race does not exist. Race doesn't exist. All of us come from Homo erectus, so we absolutely all do have Homo erectus within us. Pictographs and hieroglyphs. The difference between pictographs versus hieroglyphs is pictographs don't show a syllable. Hieroglyphs will either show a full word or a syllable, and you'll have like this little line or divot or something that distinguishes whether or not it's a syllable or a full word. With pictographs, you get a full word with the symbol. I just have to say I love every single one of my mods. Thank you so much. We have some really fucking awesome mods in here. Not only are they working their asses off to mute assholes, but they're also ensuring that some of the questions that I can't answer are answered, or when I'm doing something different. So what am I up to with all this? I'm trying to explain to humanity that we are beautiful, loving, non-othering, nurturing communal creatures, because if we can understand that and understand that we are not innately evil, then maybe we can make some serious changes. And if we can understand that a lot of the things that we're doing right now are actually dangerous and exploitative, and really not who we are, and if we can understand that we've had science and medicine back millions of years, and we can understand that we've always been really advanced and really knowledgeable, if we can understand those things, we can get out of this exploitation, this depression, this society that's really fucking us all up. That relates to the picture because the picture behind me is Homo erectus, and that's where we started today because we talk about prior Homo species. Homo erectus is who we all descend from. Homo erectus starts in Africa, and Homo erectus absolutely speciates black in Africa just like we speciate black in Africa because it is an evolutionary advantage to be able to adapt your skin tone compared to the environment that you're in, and the environment that they were in needed the dark skin to subsist, to stay alive. Cuneiform is Near Eastern, and that's how it associates with white, because Europeans are taking all their science and their thought process from the Near East, Middle East, and the Canaanite area, basically, and deciding that that is the start of civilization, even though we see civilizations outside of that area way earlier. But Europeans like to think that that is the start because that's where their God starts. And that's where their societal structure starts. And so they like to think that that is the start instead of acknowledging that there are other starts. Yes. So race does absolutely exist. Racism exists. Race is a social construct. It does not exist as like actual fact, but racism is here. And we're trying to change it. We need to change it. There's a lot of reasons that we have to change it. Racism is here. Whether or not race exists is not going to completely end racism. It can start to end it. The knowledge that it doesn't exist can start to end racism, but we're going to have to do a lot of work to actually end racism itself. Culture exists. Culture will always exist. Culture is not about skin color, though, and it's not about intelligence level or anything else, which race states that certain people are more intelligent or more sports inclined or different things like that, and that's just not true. Yeah, no, I saw that after row. I totally saw that that's what you're doing after that last comment. I just wanted to double down on what you're saying so it was seen everywhere, because you're right. Absolutely. Yeah, it's a socialist construct. Okay, I'm going to go. I've been at this for like 5 hours. I need myself a little break. I'll probably be back around tomorrow. What time? Span time-wise, Homo erectus is 2 million years of a time. They're also called long-lived. They're either upright man or long-lived, because they are... No. White skin is not a vitamin D deficiency. White skin is so that you can get more vitamin D in an area that doesn't have a lot of sun, but it is not a deficiency. I'm not white, I'm indigenous. That's why I can tell the truth, because I'm not white. Okay, so I adore you all. Thank you so much for your time. Again, 5.5 hours. I think I'm done. I'll be around tomorrow, I'm sure. Maybe not. Wait, what is today? No. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. If you are in Turtle Island, please remember that tomorrow is not a celebration of how great the indigenous people were. It should be, but it's not. It's a celebration of a massacre of indigenous people. So remember that tomorrow, as you're giving thanks, that you should absolutely be acknowledging the indigenous people that for you to give thanks for ended up in genocide. And remember that Indigenous Peoples Day is Friday. Thanksgiving is tomorrow. Indigenous Peoples Day is Friday. Remember to support your local indigenous communities. Remember that you would not be there without their kindness, right? And so make sure that as you're going into tomorrow, happy Thanksgiving, everybody. But make sure that you're taking care of the indigenous communities around you. And indigenous people... Okay, so I have no problem with the terminology white passing. Other people have problem with the terminology white passing. If I say to you that I'm white passing, I acknowledge that I'm not white. But for a lot of people, especially within Turtle Island, especially within certain communities, the terminology white passing is problematic. And so to avoid that problematic terminology, my grandmother was white passing. Dora Dolly was white passing. I've got a video on Dora Dolly. Dora Dolly was white passing, but I'm not. I'm not trying to pass as white. To be white passing, you have to be trying to show people, or you have to hide yourself, right? White passing is I'm hiding who I am and letting everybody think I'm white. I'm Turtle Island Indigenous, as well as many other Indigenes, but I do have Turtle Island Indigenous connections. Hey, Lumberzack, let me just tell you, that when you don't like something as a person and you decide to abandon it, that's a moral failing. When you see a problem with something and you fix it, that's the advantage. Deciding to run because something doesn't suit you doesn't work, right? We should not be in relationships with people who don't suit us. Run from that. But you know what? If I'm born in this country and my ancestors were here before you were, why the fuck would I leave instead of try and return it to my ancestral thought process? I don't have to like your murderous holiday. I don't have to support your supporting of genocide. I don't have to like your whitewashing of history. Don't have to. And since my ancestors have been here longer than your ancestors, fuck the fuck off. Just saying. Anyways, happy Thanksgiving, everybody. May tomorrow give some power back to where it should be. Love you.